What is up, Otters? Welcome to the BOL Emerald Season 14 playoffs. Out of the 16 teams that we started with this season, the stronger half have emerged from our first ever Blue Otter Swiss stage and now find themselves in a simple single elimination playoff bracket with 3 best of 5s between each team and the title. On your monitors tonight, people have the Season 12 champions, Moonlight Spire, looking to reclaim their former glory up against the Season 13 champions, XSV Gluttony, who are looking to achieve the back-to-back and potentially start a dynasty in BOL. Let's break it down. My name is Crewman. I'm joined by a couple of amazing guests for the podcast. Guys, please hit us with your IGN, your team, your role, and what 2 teams you think, as of right now, are going to be making the run to the finals. And Mr. Producer, if we could pull up the bracket so we can all see what those potential paths might look like. And Maddie, if we could come to you first for the introduction.
I'm Matty or Spaghetti. I play for XSV Gluttony. I think the 2 teams that are making it to finals is Gluttony and Envy.
Okay, yeah. And that leads us beautifully, I think, into our other guest tonight.
Yeah, I'm Sutek, also known as Sutek or Soup. I play for Envy, and I'm the jungler. I think definitely Gluttony is the better team in the top half of the bracket. I think the bottom half of the bracket is up in the air, but this guy seems to have a lot of faith in us, so let's run it.
Yeah, nice. Appreciate you, XSV boys, holding it down here on the podcast tonight. Was hoping to get somebody from the Spire as well. That's going to be the other team on the stream this evening, but they'll just have to do all their talking on the Rift, I guess. But let's go ahead and I think it would be prudent to just go ahead and start with the streamed matchup this evening to just make sure that we have enough time to talk about everything that we want to talk about. So if we could now move into predictions, Mr. Producer, take a look at what we all have put down for our expectations for the streamed match tonight. So as we can see, I did go for the 3-2. I am predicting the 5 gamer between these 2 teams. It's it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I think the Spire is a team that, as I've said it before, they can be really volatile. They have really good games and really bad games. I'm predicting it, a couple of really good games from them tonight, but they definitely could end up getting the win as well. I do think it would be a pretty big upset if they actually end up winning the series, though. And Maddie, obviously, you are predicting the 3-0 for your own squad. What are the odds, do you think, that the Spire managed to take a game off you?
Take a game off us, probably like 40-50%. But
okay, so it's not out of the question.
Yeah, there's no chance they're taking a series.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that you would have that confidence, right? I mean, we've heard repeatedly, over the course of the season that pretty much everybody has your team, XSV Gluttony, pinned as, the number 1 team, the team to beat. And that has not changed the entire way through. So definitely, I think, pretty comfortable favorites coming in tonight. Sutek, obviously, also an XSV player. You are going for the 3-1 Gluttony prediction here. You are thinking that the Spire are going to get at least 1 game, though. So what are your, how close do you think the series is really?
I think the series is gonna heavily depend on support and top. Like, if CCI can hold out against Spire's top laner, who I think is their best player, series should definitely be easier. But yeah, I mean, I've played with Matty before. He has his crash out moments. They could take a game for sure.
Right. Well, I love that you mentioned the top lane there, Sutek. That is going to lead us nicely, I think, into some stats. We're just going to go lane by lane. So if we could pull up the top laners first, Mr. Producer, that's going to be CZI versus Synthwave. If you could find those stats for us. But yeah, I mean, Sutek, I believe you were just saying that, you're expecting CZI to be, really stable up there, but Synthwave, could potentially be a player who pushes him. Is that a fair assessment of your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Synthwave guy, he has pretty good stats. We played them in regular season. Everything that every game that he played, I think we went to 3 games with this team. Every game, he was, relatively fed and he was playing his matchups well, so... And I think his champ pool is also really wide, so it's hard to, really target him. So, I mean... I think he'll have like a pretty good matchup into CCI, who's more so like a tank style player for Gluttony, whereas he's like more of a carry player on his other teams. So it's kind of a clashing of styles for the two of them, because one's trying to carry the game, and the other one's just trying to stall time, right?
Yeah, totally, totally. We know that CZI, as you just mentioned, can bring out those carry champs as well. So going to be really interesting to see if he does decide to pull out anything like that tonight. But I think, obviously, more likely that he's just going to be playing those tanks, playing those frontline champions. Maddie, I know you love when your top laner picks for the team composition, right? And just kind of gives you that front line to play around. So. And just a quick note, Sirius, it should be Synthwave on the right-hand side and not Seeker. Hopefully we can sort that out. But Maddie, any preview from you regarding this top lane matchup tonight? Thoughts between these two players, how you think it's going to play out?
I have never played or watched Synthwave play. I've never been in a match versus Spire. Never played them in regular season. I have no idea. All I can say is I know CCI knows his job, and he will not end my game. So
there you go.
I know that he's going to be the guy that he needs to be top lane.
Part of me wonders if he is saying the same thing over there on Espada's podcast, or maybe he has different plans. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But we can, transition into a jungle discussion now. Next, I think. Definitely a really exciting matchup in the jungle, I think, which going up against Discrepancy. And, I would say probably a clash of styles again here. For the Spire, I do think that they are a team that tends to play a lot around their top side. I mean, it is the top jungle mid that are running it back from that Season 12 title, right? I believe they do have a different bot lane these days. But, which definitely a player that is known to bring out some of those more carry-oriented picks, whereas I feel like Discrepancy, again, is kind of, most of the time on this XSV Gluttony team, really just picking front line and kind of, picking for team composition. Do you think that's a pretty fair take, Maddie, or what are your thoughts on the differences between these two junglers?
Yeah, I mean, I think both junglers have, like, deep pocket picks. So, I mean, Witch Hat is just Fiddle Olaf, like... when you're playing Spire, you are not allowed, you cannot let them do Olaf Panth. They flex it between two roles. They play it in both roles. It cannot be allowed. But with Disc has a very deep pool that we are always prepared to play around in Fearless. We just don't need to show it in regular season, because no team can push us to 3 games, basically, so...
Yeah, okay. So you're not ruling out the possibility of someone more unorthodox stuff getting brought out in the jungle tonight?
No, definitely not.
Okay, very cool. Sutek, what are your thoughts between these two junglers? We're taking a look at the stats here. Most of these stats pretty even, but we can actually see that Discrepancy has the more consistent economy. Generally doing better at 15 minutes as compared to Witch. So what is your take on these two junglers?
I think the stats are maybe slightly skewed a little bit in Disc's favor, just because of the amount of games. I know the Spire team has played almost double the games, just over the course of the split, because they went what, 3-2 or 3-1 or something. I can't remember, but
it was 3-2.
They played almost double the games.
Yeah.
I do think this is a slight clashing of the styles. I think they both kind of match each other's pools very weirdly and oddly. And it makes it so that Disc can't really blind lock a tank without cover bands. Which will be interesting, because I feel like a lot of teams in general don't think about that. Because Witch does just play these random characters that will make your jungler not be able to play the game like the Olaf if they blind lock a tank.
Yeah. I imagine the Fiddlesticks is likely going to be permanently banned tonight. We'll have to see. But yeah, the Olaf, definitely something that is going to need to be considered as well.
I'll say on the Fiddle. I was going to say on the Fiddle, though, Discrepancy is Haman Karn's dad, and Haman Karn is a Fiddle one trick.
So a potential Fiddle pickaway could be a possibility.
If you can look deep enough, you can find a few games.
Interesting. Well, that is something that I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for. But, if we're sticking with this idea that XSV Gluttony are the favorites coming in tonight, Sutek, as a jungler yourself, I'm wondering if maybe you would like to participate in, a little bit of a thought experiment. If you're in Witch's position going into this match tonight, what is kind of your general plan of attack, general game plan coming in? Like, are you going to look to make the game super volatile and pick like crazy stuff? Are you going to play towards any particular lane? What would be kind of your general feeling about that?
If I was in the position that Witch is, with the laners that he has and the matchups that he has, I would personally be asking for counter in most of these games. I'd try to play slow most of the time, just because Gluttony as a team is very volatile outside of like mid jungle. I feel like the entire team wants to fight, for the most part. So as long as you're picking scaling and can scale evenly, and you don't make the game volatile and take like calculated risks, like 70-30s instead of 50-50s or 60-40s or whatever, then I mean you should come out on top. But the last thing you want to do, especially against Spaghetti #XSV, is let him have Kaisa and then try and fist fight him forever. So
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean that is definitely interesting to hear. I do feel like the Spire is a team that does tend to have longer games, honestly. I feel like there's a lot of teams in this league that tend to either win or lose by like 30 minutes. I feel like that's something I've said a lot this season, or seen a lot when I've been doing my scouting. Is like a lot of these games are pretty quick one way or the other. But the Spire, I do feel like, is one of those teams that does tend to have the longer average game times. So maybe we'll get a peek at that later on with the team stats. But for now, let's go ahead and move to the mid lane matchups. Let me just really quickly get in here. So that's going to be, of course, BKP going up against Eros. And two very accomplished mid laners. I do feel like BKP has shown the stronger form more recently. But Eros, we've seen some crazy carry performances from him as well. Was that Season 12 Finals MVP, if I recall correctly. He's got a mean Azir that you definitely have to respect. Just somewhat uncommon in this, around this ELO, right? But his Azir definitely pretty solid. But BKP is definitely a tough opponent to overcome. So, Sutek, what are your thoughts between these two? You're looking at the stats again. We're seeing a little bit of a higher kill participation for the Gluttony mid laner. A little bit of a higher CSD for Eros. What are your thoughts between these two?
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this is just what each player provides. Like if you're just looking at straight stats, a lot of this is just what each players provide for their teams, right? So you'll see BKP. You look at his stats and you go, "Oh, this guy plays mid laners that want to get prio, get push, play with their jungler, roam bot, etc., etc." And that's why his KP is so high, and that's why his CSD is slightly lower. Whereas this Eros guy is, he's playing the control mages that want to scale into the game, and they want that big third dragon fight where they just completely like bounce enemy team. So he's playing like the Azirs, the Oris, the Victors, etc., etc., right? All of those champions want their 2-item spike, level 11, and just show up the dragon and kaboom a player. Make it a 4v5.
Yeah, makes sense. Maddie, we were just hearing from Sutek. He mentioned earlier that he felt like the mid jungle of your team of Gluttony, it tends to be like the more stayed part of the map. They don't tend to fight as much early on. And he was also just mentioning that BKP, tends to go for these push and roam kind of style of champions where he can look to make an early impact on those side lanes. So you feel like that's a fair assessment of BKP and, Eros and their respective styles? And what are you really expecting, or what do you think we should expect from this mid lane matchup tonight?
I mean, BKP is the grandfather of Emerald, right? So I said it in the last BOL finals. If you can't make a finals with BKP, then shouldn't be playing. I don't
Yeah,
see
yeah.
a world that Eros is gonna topple BK. I mean, yeah, they don't like to fight a whole lot. My mid jungle, they both like to farm. But if you disrespect BKP in lane and you just 1v1 him the whole time, there's not a mid lane in Emerald that beats him. So
Yeah, that's definitely fair. And I'm trying to remember right now. BKP, oh, it was NBK. That's right. I'm blanking right now. It's so confusing for me between those two players because they're both such great mid laners in the league between BKP and NBK, and they have the same three letters, just slightly rearranged. So I know they were the two mid laners in the Premier League finals, but I can't remember right now which one of them was on Team Solo Invade, the team that won.
BKP
Are you
didn't
able
play
to?
in Premier.
What was that?
BKP didn't play in Premier. He was too high elo for Premier.
I'm pretty sure he did.
No BKP in Premier. I'll go look who it was, but
It was
Okay.
NBK.
yeah, I mean MBK, yeah, for sure. But I don't have finals. What is it? TSI versus Elysium? It was Watercat.
Yeah, it was Watercat. Okay, that's what it was. Never mind then. But yeah, BKP is definitely gonna be a tough one for Eros to try to deal with tonight. He feels like Eros is gonna have to reclaim kind of the form that we've seen in the past and really rise to the occasion to make that mid lane head-to-head a more competitive one. And honestly, I feel like that could be the main way that, this entire matchup kind of swings. Like, if BKP is going to be able to consistently have mid priority for like the entire series, then I think it's going to be really, really tough for Spire to try to find their way in. So we'll see how that goes. But let's turn our attention now towards the bot lane matchup. Yourself, Maddie, going to be going up against Bongo over there on the side of the Spire, who honestly has had a pretty solid season as well. So what's your assessment of Bongo, and what are your expectations, going into this bot lane matchup tonight?
I don't know anything about Bongo. Let's see. I had somebody DM'd me and said their ADC used to be good, but I haven't seen him in over a year. Was the only thing that I've been told about him. And I mean, it looks like he's having a pretty good split.
Yeah. If I recall correctly, I believe Storm was saying something about him being one of the highest rated players in the league. Don't quote me on that. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think highest rating players, at least for me, like rating is so.
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, rating for me is like you're not playing the game. That is rating to me. It's like
Ooh, interesting.
Going to Titan specifically, right, in Conqueror, I'm the highest rated player right now. I'm statistically having the best split I've ever had.
Okay.
And I don't feel like I'm playing the game 3/4 of the time.
Interesting.
Like I'm just farming and I show up to a team fight and throw a Q and the game's over.
I mean, some people would probably argue that is like the optimal way to play your role, right?
Yeah, but that sucks. I don't want to do that.
Not as fun or exciting as maybe some other ways to play the role. Sutek, what are your thoughts between these two AD carries? What are your expectations for this matchup?
My thoughts are both of these bums have Smolder as their profile character, and they both have neg gold diff at 15, down CS at 15. They both suck. We can move on. Role sucks, characters suck, champ sucks.
You heard it
On
here,
to
folks.
support.
From the jungler, AD carry, dead roll. Enough said. Time to talk about supports. The real
See you next
carries of the
season
bot
when
lane,
they have
right?
7 items.
True.
Yeah. Well, I prefer not to think about that until I have to. Okay, Sutek, let's just move on for now. We've got Avi versus Seeker, the support matchup. So let me just help out that producer one more time. What are your thoughts on your support, Maddie? Is this somebody that you've played with for a really long time? What does Avi bring to the table?
If I speak, I am in big trouble. I got brought into the team when they won Aegis with Anna Cross, and Anna Cross ranked out, and I tried out. Me and Avi meshed pretty well together. We kind of have like similar ideas on how to play the lane. Avi he's an absolute griefer, but he has incredible vision control. He's really good setup and a really good mind for how to play the map. Right, he doesn't call many plays, but he will always be in the right spot just naturally most times, which is really good. and I have a lot of we both have a lot of trust in each other that I will not die bot lane 1v2, and when we are 2v2 and the jungler is not just permanently in my lane, we are going to win every 2v2.
Yeah, makes sense. I see that Avi, on the stats is matching you there in terms of the gold and CS deficits at 15. CSD at 15 is obviously a very silly stat for supports, but still, kind of aligned there. I think that's pretty nice to see. You're also talking about how Avi is somewhat prone to go for earlier roams and potentially leave you alone in the lane on occasion. So we'll have to see if that is going to be a big part of the strategy tonight or not. Sutek, what are your thoughts between these two supports? Do you know much about them? And how do you think the styles here are really going to come up against one another?
Yeah, I've played against Gluttony a lot. I'm pretty familiar with Gluttony's support. I don't know who Seeker is, aside from playing him the one time in regular season. I think the biggest thing with this matchup is whether or not Maddie and Dis can kind of leash Avi and keep him controlled, because I heard that guy sometimes gets bored and just presses his buttons and loses his team the game. So
every lane, all lane.
You're not supposed to speak. Anyway, you just look at the stats and you go, man, this Avi guy really likes warding. So that, for me, that's all you have to do as a support, other than play around your team and play off the engagement stuff. So, as long as he's warding, should be good enough for his 4 superstars to carry him, right?
Look at that difference in average vision score.
It's crazy, yeah. That is a massive average. That's the average, right? So think about the games where he has significantly more than that. That's wild. So yeah, that's definitely a big thing I'm going to be looking out for tonight is the vision control and the objective setups. We'll see if Seeker is going to be able to rise to the occasion and prevent Avi from kind of getting those setups that it seems like he's able to find so reliably. So we'll see how that goes. Let's go back now to our prediction scene, if we could, Mr. Producer. That would be the standings. Oh no, actually, that's great. If we could take a look at the full team stats while we're here.
Oh no, I'm a higher rated player. I'm not playing the game.
Yeah, we know you suck. You don't say it out loud.
But Bongo, pretty close behind you there in terms of the stats. As already addressed, the stats kind of meaningless, but that might say something. Along the lines of could be a competitive head-to-head between the two of you. We do see also that the average game time is actually extremely close. 1 second is the difference. The Spire has 1 second average longer game time than your own team, Maddie. So not too much of a difference there. They do have a much higher first blood percentage. Either of you guys have any thoughts on that?
No,
not particularly.
Either I'm gonna randomly enter my lane, or BK's gonna randomly die to a gank. That's all I think about that. I'm trying to figure out the win-loss, because we haven't lost... Is that win-loss, overall games in general, or is that,
It's got to be games, yeah. Because you dropped the one game to Dorado in week 1, right? So it's got to be, game record. I don't know why there is a none applicable in the Spire column. That doesn't really make sense, but oh well. Let's just go back to those predictions. Yeah, the stats, they're trying their best to be relevant, but they're really just not. All right. So let's take a quick moment now to talk about these other matchups. We are going to have Syndicate Squad 0 is, of course, going up against Iceborne Kingdom. And that top side of the bracket, we are all predicting Syndicate to be able to take this one. You are going for the 3-2 prediction, Maddie. You think it's going to be a pretty close series?
I think the Syndicate had the easiest possible run to where they are. I think they have not been tested a single time. I have scrimmed Iceborne on my other team where I'm playing top lane a couple times recently. And while I am playing top lane and they are losing to top lane, Maddie, and that is a disgrace. They're actually improving pretty well. And I think overall, the bot lane on Iceborne has the potential to carry the entire series by themselves.
Okay.
But
just to remind everybody.
Games, I don't know, the Kodos can in 5, but we'll see.
Right, yeah. Just to remind everybody, the path for Syndicate, they had XSV Justice week 1. They had Monkey's Business in round 2, and then they were able to get out of Swiss against Team Solo Invade in that 2-0 bracket. So, yeah, I think definitely fair to say they had an easier draw than some other teams. And I like the highlight as well on Iceborne Kingdom's bot lane, potentially being able to make something happen, but definitely feels like it is going to be a pretty difficult one. Sutek, what's your assessment of that matchup?
My assessment is the gravity of which Maddie is telling you how these scrims are going is not the actual weight. Maddie top lane might be the biggest griefer top I've ever met.
Oh, wow.
And I'm the jungler that fills in for that team's scrims, so I would know firsthand. So the fact that Iceborne is even dropping games to Maddie top lane in the first place might be an indication of how bad that team truly is. On the other hand, I actually think Syndicate's draw, well, yes, it is pretty, like, Mickey as far as the top teams go. They did play 2 of the top teams. Like, they played, what, 4th seed, 5th seed? So middle of the pack
It's-
top seed. So it's like, sure, they were
Monkey's
tested,
Business,
but
5
whatever.
banning Slayer, man.
Well, it's because Slayer's the best player on that team. Are you kidding me? They have
Yeah, that's what I'm
and
saying. That
whoever
team
the hell
sucks.
else.
It's just Slayer and 4
It's
wards.
Slayer and Moonshot and 3 pink
Ah,
wards, bro.
no.
It is what it
Pepe
is, bro.
sucks.
No, Pepe's good. You're a hater.
Well, it is very, very interesting insight, Sutek. You know, as a jungler myself, I do know that on some level, all top laners are kind of griefers. So, you know, I hear you, but I definitely, you know, do think that Syndicate may have a little bit more in the tank than we're giving them credit for. You know, I am predicting Iceborne Kingdom to at least get 1 game as well, as we can see there. But I do think that Syndicate, you know, and I like your note at the end there as well, Sutek, where you're, you know, highlighting the fact that, you know, it might not have been the most difficult schedule, but they still did have to beat 2 other playoff teams to get out of Swiss 3-0. So I don't think they should be really underestimated. Perhaps that's where Squad 0 is going to be the most dangerous. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And this other matchup here, Dorado Iota versus XSV Envy. So not surprising that both of you guys, as XSV representatives, are going to predict Envy to win out, as particularly you, obviously, Sutek. So, you know, how do you expect this matchup against Dorado to go? How do you think it's all going to play out?
Okay. We're going to have a long spiel about this because you're not going to agree
Right.
with me. But as of recency, we have beaten this team. Granted, our roster was not what we're playing today. However, now that because we lost to this team in regular season in BOL, I wasn't playing. I was on
Right.
vacation. My government mandated
was-
vacation.
nice.
So, as of recent, I would say that just our 3 core of jungle mid AD should roll over this team, regardless of who is playing top and who is playing support. But the other side of me is like, when we did beat them and we had Volter top, he is a very strong top laner, and he pulls a lot of resources and a lot of pressure, so that might be, you know, part of the reason why we won. So, I mean, we'll see tonight, but I genuinely think that we can beat this team. I only put 2 losses, like, it going to 5 games, is just because we need to, like, feel out the series a little bit, feel out the roster, because it's gonna be a weird roster tonight, regardless of what happens and who shows up.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, honestly, the fact that you are going to have, you know, a little bit of roster shuffling, it sounds like happening during the series.
Yeah, just
I
game 1.
honestly, okay, yeah, for sure, for sure. But honestly, I feel like that's something that could be either like a pro or a con, depending on the situation almost, where it's like, obviously, the synergy, you know, between, you know, amongst your own team and like the sort of, you know, any potential momentum that you have is going to be a little bit more difficult to maintain with like players coming in and out. But, you know, that sort of variability and unpredictability almost can also make it more difficult for your opponents to try to plan and like try to, you know, draw up their own game plans. So hard to say what kind of effect exactly that's going to have on the match. I think that's a really good note that you gave us as well. The fact that you weren't playing in, you know, the previous time that these two teams met in round 2, where Dorado were able to get the 2-0. So, you're back tonight, obviously, for this matchup. And that might just be enough to pull off the upset. I feel like a lot of people are, thinking Dorado is maybe a top 2 team in the league. I believe we had an XSV Gluttony member. I don't know if it was you, Maddie, or I think maybe it was CZI who was on the podcast a couple of weeks ago talking about how Dorado was kind of like the only other team that he felt like was really going to be able to put up a fight against Gluttony. So it would be pretty surprising, I think, if they do lose out to your squad, Sutek. But definitely, I think the upset is a possibility. Maddie, you are going for the 3-2 NV prediction as well. You have any more detailed thoughts on this one?
I just think the Iota bot lane is like the worst bot lane in playoffs almost. They got to be like lower half of the pack to me. I would take any other bot lane from any other team. Honestly, I'd take Manveer over Mustard any day of the week. Swear to you. But I think overall, like I think Envy can win 3-2. I think it'll take all 5 though, because they have to get through champ pools, and they just overall are the better players in my opinion.
Do you feel like Envy have deeper champ pools than Dorado? Is that kind of what you were hinting at there?
Absolutely.
Interesting. Well, that'd be really fun, definitely, to take a look at the post-game screens later on. One more matchup to discuss here, guys. It's going to be Team Solo Invade versus the Business Monkeys. And we did have a little bit of a graphical error there where our scene is not displaying our score predictions for some reason. But just to fill everybody in at home, I did go for the 3-0 Team Solo Invade prediction. Maddie, it looks like you have them, the Monkeys, winning 3-1. And then Sutek, it looks like you do have a 3-2 for Team Solo Invade. So you are thinking that's probably going to go to 5. What are your thoughts on this matchup? I feel like this is probably on paper. Most people would say that this is the most one-sided out of the quarterfinals, right? But you're actually predicting it to go to 5, Sutek.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know anything about either of these teams. I know I scrimmed Monkey's business when they had like 3 different members at the beginning of the season, and we made the roster boom in scrims, and then, they're playing the roster that they have now. Otherwise, I know nothing about either org or either like any of the players other than like I know some names on Monkeys. I just thought it was gonna be close because, I don't think Monkeys are like particularly amazing, and I also don't think TSI have done anything super incredible to like obtain their spot. I actually thought that TSI had one of the weaker pregame pulls to playoffs, since we were saying Sin actually did, but I actually think TSI did, personally. But yeah, I think it could go. It could be fast. It could be slow. I don't really know. I don't know any of the players other than like Nahor, Slayer, and Moonshot. So.
All right. Well, we'll see. Just to remind everybody again, for Team Solo Invade's run, they had Mint that they beat Mint in the first round. Then they beat Crowd Control In-Houses in the second round, lost to Syndicate in the 2-0 bracket, and then they got out of Swiss with a win over the Spire in round 4. But then, Maddie, you are actually predicting the Monkeys to actually be able to take the upset over the Premier League champ. So walk us through that prediction.
So essentially for me is, I'm a Slayer fanboy. I love Slayer. And he is
Nice, yeah.
by far and above better than RJ. RJ plays Aphelios at a good level, and that's it. That's what he plays at a good level. I do think, however, like, I'm a Nahor hater, and he's gonna at me in Gen Chat soon, but that guy sucks. And if they can if Nahor can keep it together for 5 games, Monkeys wins every time.
Oh, that's a really tough spot for you. A Slayer fanboy, but a Nahor hater.
I know, it's the worst.
It's a tough spot. I am a little bit unsure about your assessment of RJ. I feel like I've seen some really strong performances from him on some other champions as well. Not entirely sold on your pitch there, but certainly I feel like if the Monkeys are going to be able to get it done, then it probably is going to come down to some really nice performances from Slayer. So perhaps he is going to be able to make it happen. But I think that's going to do it for this episode of Otter Talk, guys. I thank you so much for joining me tonight. It was a little bit more short notice this evening, where we were not entirely sure that we were even going to be able to stream tonight. But special shout out to Mr. Sirius for making it even when he's feeling a little bit under the weather. But some shout outs from you guys. Please, Maddie, you first.
I'll just shout out Shane, Litany. Shout out my boys, Geekaxi and Live.
Very nice, very nice. Sutek, your shout outs, please, sir.
Shout out Volter. Hate that guy. Hope you had a terrible time at Wicked while I was dealing with the roster problems. Shout out everybody else on the team for actually getting back to me. And shout out everybody that was looking for sub chat when we were looking for resubs, because otherwise this would have been a disaster.
Amazing. Yeah, glad that all worked out for you, and that you're going to be able to get everything, enough players on the Rift tonight and everything like that. Going to be some very, very exciting matchups this evening. We're going to go to a short break, guys, and then we will be right back for the BOL Emerald Season 14 quarterfinals. See you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are about to be getting underway with game number 1 between XSV Gluttony and Moonlight Spire. Two former champions Storm meeting here in the quarterfinals. Very exciting matchup that I think we do have on the cards tonight.
Yeah, it should be really interesting to see. I think this is a really weird patch that we're kind of on. We're getting towards the end of the year here in Emerald, and it is the end of like the fiscal year too, right? So Riot's doing weird stuff now that World is over. Jungle Aatrox, is it coming out? I don't know. There's all these other random champions that Riot's just like, here, junglers, you guys hate yourselves when people get autofilled, they can just play their one trick in the jungle. So I think it's going to be an interesting set of games. There's definitely a lot more picks now that I think are a lot higher priority just because of that fact. Like, is that Riven top lane? Is it in the jungle? Is this Malphite jungle going to come out for somebody? I think that pick's like especially broken.
Yeah, the
But
Malphite is crazy, actually.
yeah.
People still tend to build a lot of just AP in the jungle role as well, but I do think the tank build is just stronger. But
Yeah, I fully
yeah,
agree there.
a lot of these more off-meta jungle picks are actually quite strong on this current patch. And it's interesting as well, Storm, because we had that week off last week. As we haven't really seen any of these teams play on this patch just
Yeah.
yet. So it's going to be exciting to see. We were talking a little bit on Auto Talk as well about how for Witch in particular, for the side of the Spire, he is somebody who's known to, on occasion, bring out some of these more unorthodox picks. So if we are seeing anybody really chef it up in the jungle tonight, I think it's probably more likely we're going to see it for the side of the Spire. But Maddie did make a point to mention that, it's not out of the question for Discrepancy to pull out anything a little bit crazy either if they do want to try and prevent Witch from finding those those advantaged matchups in the jungle position. So we'll be getting into this first draft soon, I imagine, and we'll be able to see what the teams really have in store for us. What's your prediction before we get into things, Storm, for the overall match result?
So I think this XSV Gluttony team, not XSV Greed, I will get that right. Don't you worry, Maddie and everyone else on this team. I think this team is really, really stacked. I think they're, in my mind, the clear playoff favorites. So tonight, I think it's a 3-1 for them. I'm really kind of in the belief that this team's going to go all the way. So I think that this should be a good kind of showing for them tonight. So that we'll see them kind of again in the finals. But I mean, this Spire team also is really good. I was just kind of quickly briefingly going through their match history. It's not like any one particular lane has really been carrying them or anything like that. I think this new bot lane that they've had since their run with Obongo and Seeker, yeah, Seeker, have both been really strong players for this team. Be interested to see. He's not Danny Phantom anymore. Is he back to being Synthwave? I think.
I think so. But we
Yeah,
could probably use both. I think everybody
yeah.
knows at this point.
Yeah,
Both
anyway,
names.
I'm interested to see if Synthwave is kind of able to kind of continue to be like show some of his dominance. He definitely had that season where they won, had some of those really great Jace games and things like that. Be curious to see if we can see any of that. And I
Yeah.
think we are getting first draft underway.
Synthwave,
So,
one of the only North American top laners that I'm aware of that can actually pick Jace, and I'm not instantly just like the game is lost. He actually
okay.
has made that Jace work in the past. So credit to Synthwave. We'll see if it does end up coming out tonight or not. Looks like the Spire is going to be on the blue side, which does mean, if I understand correctly, well, I don't actually remember. Do you remember who won the coin toss for side selection? Probably not.
I
Or
have
do
no
you
idea.
know?
I just assumed as number 1 seed they would have side selection. That would make sense to me.
Oh, yeah, because we didn't have the. Do you know Sirius? Who had side selection? Okay, no worries, no worries.
Okay. Yeah.
All good. Yeah, you're probably right, Storm. It probably was just like well, yeah, it was the 3-0 advantage was there for Gluttony,
Yeah.
right? But Anyways, let's just get into the draft. So we did see the jungle focus come out really heavily for Gluttony in that first phase of bans. Bongo going to be able to get his hands on the Smolder with that B1 pick. It was funny on the podcast. We saw that the Smolder was the champion for the head-to-head stats between the two AD carries. Smolder was the background for both of them. So it was like that the setup was there that was going to be a contested pick tonight. But the Misfortune of Mumu combo coming out in response, the Curse of the Sad Bullet Time.
Okay, Slam Silas. You already have 2 good ults. I don't care. It's Jungle Silas time. Oh, it's Maokai. Oh, I'm sad. I guess this could be support Maokai. I still think Silas is just a ridiculous slam right now for Spire, but
I mean, it's looking pretty good for both sides now with the Maokai.
Actually, now, yeah.
You know, I do like the Maokai. It's going to provide some nice front line for the Smolder to try to work with, some good disengage to try to keep that Smolder safe. Okay, great. So we do have confirmation that Gluttony did get the side selection for this game. So they are, choosing to be on the red side here. The Melio going to come out. So I like this. So they're denying the Melio answer into the Maokai. And it should provide some really nice value against the Amumu here as well.
Yeah, I normally really like taking supports that can easily break MF's bullet time when she's kind of like on the thing that like, there's always like the Trundle Pillar is kind of like the infamous thing in the jungle position or something like that. But there's a lot of things like Nautilus ult or whatever, something like that can just break the MF ult. Milio Soccer Kick, I guess, could do that, but I feel like it's pretty difficult to rely on that.
That'd be a really nice shot. We do see the Orianna come through on R3 for BKP there in the mid lane. So getting his pick of mid lane champions. Well, I guess, everything except the Syndra. The Syndra was going to be not allowed to be going over, but the Orianna, definitely still a very strong pick. Hasn't really been touched at all. Was one of the premier mid lane picks at Worlds. And a very, very solid blind pick as well. Looks like we're going to have some top lane focus here in the second ban phase.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that Gluttony is giving counterpick to their top laners. They've already picked their mid. That would make most sense to me. Whereas Spire, I'm guessing, are going to be the ones blind picking, which is interesting for me that they banned Scion. Maybe they're flexing this Maokai to top lane. I think that pick is really good into certain other tanks. And if he scales, becomes an absolute monster, but his laning phase is dog water would be probably the nice way to put it. I'm interested why Ori was kind of like our first pick. I've been seeing Mel at the wazoo that her ban rate and pick rate has just exploded, and I think that champion is just so frustrating to play against. Especially when your opponent is very, very good at her. She just CSs so well that like in our Diamond League, we had someone get literally 28 kills against us playing that champion. It was the most demoralizing game of my life.
Ouchie.
Yeah,
the Mel pick is a great shout. I am a little bit surprised we didn't see that get scooped up or banned either. So that is a huge pick I think we need to be looking out for right now. The Leona coming through on R4 for Gluttony is maybe a little bit puzzling into the Melio.
Yeah, and Maokai, right? It struggles a lot into both of these picks. That's an Aurelion Soul that just got locked. Right?
Wow. All right. Aurelion Soul. The double dragon full scaling comp for the side of the Spire.
Yeah, that's certainly a shout out. I don't know how Aurelion is going to do with all of this CC that's been locked in for XSV. I feel like he kind of struggles with, getting his flight canceled and things like that. I don't really know how he's going to be able to just sit there and channel Q. And we have an Aatrox locked in. So this is one of those random jungle people that they got jungle buffs, right? So this isn't just top lane Aatrox. It can be flexed. Maokai can work in the top lane, right? So I guess we do have to keep that in mind. I'm almost certain this is Maokai jungle, however.
And CZI just looking towards that Cassante. It's one of his best picks. Feels a little bit a little bit underwhelming to see that come through on R5, but it's definitely a great pick for CZI, and it really
Yeah.
facilitates, I think, how this team wants to play the games. So, really nice, well-rounded team fighting composition for Gluttony. They don't have the most consistent damage, though. Misfortune is really all about the combo with the ultimate, right?
Yeah.
But certainly they have some very good setup for it.
I mean, I think Ori is definitely one of the mid laners that's more towards DPS on the side of things. Shockwave, while it is like a big burst tool, she does have like a lower cooldowns than a lot of other mages with the repositioning and the dissonance and things like that. So I think Ori, does give this XSV team like a little bit more, staying power towards fights. But yeah, the DPS is definitely there with Smolder, Aurelion, Sol, and Aatrox. If fights are getting long, Spire is definitely happy. So XSV definitely have to like catch key members that aren't just getting Milio cleansed and be able to like convert on these kills, I think, for them to have a shot.
Mhm.
But the thing I'm most interested about is like where these teams are going to try and spike, right? So XSV's team obviously is better at level 6 than Spire's. I would say, that the Spire is definitely the ones trying to scale, but does that mean that they're trying to play for grubs? Instead, are they trying to trade the first couple of dragons, or are they just going to rush instead? Is Maokai just looking to power farm as aggressively as he can? Amumu should beat him at that. His clear speed is a lot faster, even though we are both tanks. Especially considering if Amumu generally does that Faded Ashes rush in the jungle, whereas Maokai jungle, I'm pretty sure that's fallen out of favor. You would know more as the jungle main than I
Yeah.
on that
I
one.
mean, we did see Witch played a Maokai game a couple of weeks ago, in the win that they got over Conduit Asylum. That was in game number 1, which was 2, 3, and 20 on the Maokai. And he did build a full tank in that game. No Leandries to
Yeah.
be seen, which I was personally very, very happy to see. So that is what I'm expecting again here, especially with the Maokai basically just being solo frontline for the side of the
Yeah.
Spire with this draft. I think just being as tanky as possible really would make the most sense. That is definitely what I'm expecting.
Yeah, I also think anti-heal for XSV is going to be like ridiculous this game, right? It's not just the Aatrox healing. There's also all the Milio healing that likes to go on. Um, Maokai healing as well, right, with his passive and stuff. So I think like Cassante, if he is not building Bramble Vest after his first recall, was probably trolling. CZI, get on that right away, buddy. Thornmail is your first item, I think. Um, I feel like the other people of XSV probably don't really want to be buying it either. Like Ori doesn't really want it. MF never wants to build anti-heal at all. She doesn't really want either of the grievous wound items. I guess a Mumu can build a Morello. That's probably fine.
Honestly,
That's
I mean, I was
yeah.
just gonna say that Thornmail I actually like on the Amumu even more than the Cassante here for 2
Yeah.
reasons. One, because the Amumu is more reliably going to be involved in these fights, right? Obviously, I expect CZI to be involved for like the really important fights, but the Amumu I think is going to be doing more of those like smaller skirmishes, and so having more access, more reliable access to that anti-heal, I think is going to be really big. And also just the way that Thornmail works now, where you get the you apply the heal cut when you CC opponents. Mumu has that really big AoE stun, as opposed to the Cassantes. Is generally you're mostly just like applying
Did
that
they?
proactively to one person. I mean, it still works. Where if they hit you, then it applies as well.
Yeah. Did
Like
they
that
re-add the
also.
CC thing back to Thornmail
Wait, when did they remove it?
at the beginning
Am
of
I
the
wrong?
year? Yeah, at the beginning of this season, I'm pretty sure they got rid of that.
You could be right. I'm not entirely sure, but
Yeah.
either way, I think a tankier build for the Amumu would honestly make some sense this game as well. It's the
Yeah.
Position is a little bit more interesting because you do have so much other frontline on your team, right? XSV Gluttony, so you do have a little bit more freedom in terms of how you want to build. I think here as the Amumu, but yeah, that would be my thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of the faded ashes into the abyssal mask is kind of how I'm thinking
Sure.
that it's gonna go. the Abyssal is just going to provide so much value when your team's doing this wombo combo, right? Trying to get rid of that little bit of MR. And it's just so cheap as well. It's something that you can really kind of rush towards. I'm not really expecting anything wacky or weird out of our supports either. Bot lane, I'm pretty sure this game is just going to be totally stock standard. Do you think there's going to be any sort of early rotations? Do you think that like this lane really favors one of these two that they're going to try and look for like a swap out of it or anything? I don't really see it. I don't know if MF Leona have like the damage to really force onto Smolder and Milio. I think it's difficult for them to.
Yeah, I think with the Emilio being there, it's going to be pretty tough for Maddie and Avi to really hard force in the 2v2, despite the fact that they're obviously the stronger lane early on. I just don't. I think it's going to be pretty tough for them to actually capitalize on that.
Yeah.
You know, they could, I think, if they wanted to, for the side of XSV Gluttony, they could try and transition their bot lane up to top side for like a swap around Grub's timing to try to get both of those early neutrals potentially and snowball the game, which obviously you do want to do against double scaling, right? The Aurelion Soul and the Smolder. You do want to be trying to push the pace of the game as much as possible. But if you decide to go for that as XSV Gluttony, then you're, you know, giving the Smolder some free time to stack where he's not really going to be threatened at all. So definitely a
Yeah.
little bit of a trade-off there.
Yeah, I think it's like the point of like swapping, I also think is more to try and get Aatrox behind is almost how I feel. You know, Cassante is gonna function basically this game no matter what. I don't think it matters if he's 6-0 or whatever, he's still just gonna Cassante all over the place and hit R and randomly burst someone for 1 billion damage and no one knows why. But you know, Aatrox is definitely a champion who needs to be ahead basically to be effective. That, you know, if he doesn't have those item leads and stuff like that, he is just going to get exploded in this team composition. So I think there's a potential that you might want to look for this lane swap because you can so easily dive this Aatrox champion, right? Like your entire team has like every single like go in button possible, and MF can just sit there pumping damage into him.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with Seeker potentially could try and put a stop to that. If the Emilio is going to be able to anticipate when, you know, potential dives might be coming through, then perhaps he can defend the Aatrox on those dives. But we'll see if, you know, one, if XSV Gluttony are going to be going for that, and two, if the Emilio is going to be able to have the proper reads and be in the right place at the right time. You know, that's actually something that we saw or heard, rather. Maddie was really highlighting what he liked about his support, about Avi, was the fact that, you know, Avi often is in the right place at the right time. You know, we saw that, you know, the support for XSV Gluttony has really had some really great vision control over the course of this season. And so highlighting that as well as, you know, objective setups really was, you know, Maddie's comment on the greatest strengths of his support. So we'll see. I think it's going to be an interesting battle between the two supports, especially in this first game with like the side of Avi really wanting to try to be proactive and set up these plays and accelerate the game, whereas Seeker on the other side, for the side of the Spire, really wanting to try to play defense and prevent, you know, XSV Gluttony from capitalizing on those early plays and getting a huge early lead and allow his carries time to scale.
Yeah. The only other kind of thing I want to talk about right before our game starts is picking Aurelion into Ori. That one to me seems kind of odd, right? Because Ori does have that ability to just drop really short trades onto you as like Aurelion Soul, right? If you stand there and breathe fire, she can just fire off that ball on top of you, hit distance. She has the autos as well to like push the wave back with that like passive of Clockwork Wind Up, something like that. You know, giving you that extra on hit damage. So I think this mid lane matchup seems kind of odd to me. I don't really know why that was kind of the pick here, but I'm going to be really interested to see. I think the Spire have definitely kind of thrown down the gauntlet and went, you know, we are all about scaling. If it's on you guys to play for it, and we're just going to capitalize on your mistakes this first game of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the way that you put that. You know, it does feel like the Spire is kind of throwing down the gauntlet and challenging Gluttony to play a clean early game. Because if Gluttony aren't able to accelerate, then the Spire definitely will outscale eventually. So it's going to be exciting to see, which team is really going to be able to impose their will on the game in this first one. Could be really telling in terms of, how the rest of the series even is going to end up looking, depending on, how if we see one side with decidedly better macro or, decidedly better team fighting, then I think that is going to be a big indicator of what we might expect to see for the rest of the night as well. I hope we're going to be getting into the game relatively shortly here. Mr. Producer, if we could get a little bit of an update. Yeah, perfect. Your stream here is actually, I think, frozen at the moment. So I don't know if that's just something on our end. Is it frozen for you, Storm?
Yeah, it
Discord
is
stream?
frozen for me on Discord, but I can see on the Video Ninja our things are
Yeah.
working.
Right. But yeah, I don't know if that's okay. We're restarting the Discord stream. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I like the fact that both of these teams have very clear draft identities for this first game.
Yeah.
Right. That's something that was really kind of unfortunate. I feel like a couple of weeks ago in that round 5, 2-2 bracket. I feel like there were some pretty big draft whoopsies from both teams in that series. There was like the game 1 where one team drafted like full dive into Swain, Morgana, Poppy. And then there was like the game 3 where the other team drafted full magic damage into 3 tanks. And it was just kind of like, that's unfortunate. But here I feel like both drafts are very cohesive.
I think we're in here, crewman, as well.
Oh, so we are. Good note there,
Yeah.
Storm. I kind of distracted myself. We are indeed on the rift for game number 1. Moonlight Spire on the blue side, and they're going to be able to get a nice early stack for Bongo on the Smolder.
Yep. It's all over, baby. Smolder's got his first stack done. The game's done. As far as like runes, anything weird going on, I want to point out Spaghetti has first strike on MF. That's very weird, is it not? I almost never see that rune anymore.
Yeah, I feel like that is pretty weird. Maybe that's kind of in keeping with the idea of trying to snowball the game, right? If you get the extra income, you get those item spikes sooner and really just try to force those advantages. Perhaps that's the thought process. Going for the barrier as well as opposed to the cleanse for the Smolder. So taking that additional safety, even with the Melio in the back pocket, still wanting that additional cleanse. It's obviously going to be very useful pre-6 before Melio has access to the ultimate, for sure.
Yeah, and we do see that Seeker and Obongo have definitely seized early priority. And we see a Mumu discrepancy here is passing towards topside. So this is kind of a worry for me. If you're playing this really aggressive style with running this first strike and stuff, I feel like you want to be really trying to push and get lane priority just so that you're always able to, like, kind of duck into bushes to get those procs off with your double ups. I don't see how you're ever able to use it under your tower.
It's only the first couple of waves, and obviously the side of the Spire with the double. Oh, there's the engage from Avi as Seeker is already down extremely low, popping the heal, exhaust coming down onto the Smolder. The Bongo able to slowly flap away. And still, between the 80 carries, the Smolder with the higher health bar, right as I say that, takes a couple of bullets from the Misfortune.
Yeah, that is a summoner advantage for the side of Moonlight, right? They only burned heal there, whereas Exhaust and Barrier was used for the side of XSV. So that's a win for them. And, Maokai is coming down. He's going to be finishing his clear pretty soon here, it looks like. He's just starting his Krugs. So this should be kind of a prime time opposition for this gank to come off, but Discrepancy is here on the top side. Wonder if he's going to get anything done. Probably not, as he did just walk over a ward. So just going to get the Scuttle Crab down towards the top side here.
Yeah, right now just looking like a trade of some crabs, which does have the option to go for the gank here if he would like to.
Oh, picking in.
We are going to look for it on the Maokai.
Never mind.
Was also walking over a ward there, was Witch.
Yeah.
So, and now
we're getting collapsed on.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough spot. It's Aftershock, not Phase Rush for the Maokai, so he doesn't have a clean way out here. The Xenoblade over the wall for Avi sets up the stun. And there is the first blood for Discrepancy. XSV Gluttony Jungler getting on the board first.
Synthwave's gonna win this trade super hard. Can he land the second sweet spot Q on this
Both
Q1
top
here? I
laners
think is
do still have Flash, but the Q2 is going to be there. Still the Cassante tanky enough to survive.
oh, okay. So first blood, you did burn a fair amount for that. That was flash from your support. There is no hex slash on this Leona. But now it's the thing of, can Discrepancy kind of get in here and get anything done? This is a really dire state now for Obongo and Seeker. They're getting bullied this hard, and I'm pretty sure this wave. Oh no, they are pushing it now. That there shouldn't be any sort of freeze available to them, but there is a dragon spawning right at this second, and I guess Discrepancy can come over afterwards, and they could start this dragon stacking super early if they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Right on spawn there. Gluttony going to be able to pick up that first dragon. Great call from them. Again, you really do want to be stacking up these early objectives as quickly as possible to preempt that scaling coming out from the Spires. So really great call from Gluttony to be able to get this first dragon. They didn't even need the mid-prio for it. BKP, it was completely out of resources, had to base and TP back. But, of course, Eros not really able to make any kind of impact there either. So just a very comfortable early objective secure. We do see Witch getting a little bit of counter-jungling done in response, going to be able to take away the respawn on the Raptors as well as the Krugs. So the Maokai, I think, getting as much as he could in that situation.
Yeah, I think getting the Krugs as well is going to be super, super big. Discrepancy just learned. I think he just tried to Q over the wall. So he should be letting CZI know that Maokai is towards his top side right now. It looks like
recall. Yes.
Yeah.
Like out of there.
And,
X-Bill complete.
Yeah, this was kind of what I was wondering about and worried about for Eros here, who is just getting absolutely chunked by this Orianna constantly. Like, how does
Ooh, Shockwave not quite going to land. Was very, very close. Still the Amumu waiting in the wings. The Seeker also in trouble. We're going to find the Banished Toss, but Witch is here. The Falling Star as well, and the flash away for Eros with the flash forward for BKP. Needs a little bit more. Can't find it. The extra turret shot comes in, and the last auto attack from the tree is there. Discrepancy looking for the Bandage Toss. Not going to be able to find the dragon. It's going to be a kill for Eros as well. Spire, pick up 2.
Oh, that was a pretty big blunder. And that's just giving some time over, right? That you're no longer have this mid-prio. I don't know if it's really going to be anything else but that, but that's feats getting closer and closer to being taken away from you. How you have to get 2 unanswered kills now. You can't trade anymore to get a 1-for-1 trying to get these feats.
Looking for a little bit of an engage down here. The W is going to fall off. Leona going to take a lot of punishment on the way out. Spaghetti still walking up, but Bongo, unafraid, flaps forward. Gets out some good damage onto the Misfortune. Yeah, that play in the mid lane, definitely a little bit of an overforce for Gluttony. I wonder if, they really just felt like that was a free kill, or maybe they're feeling the pressure like they need to be doing more in this early game.
Yeah.
Oh, now Arrow's going to get some good damage out with the Astral Flight. Pretty even trade overall.
Yeah, there isn't that much of a lead happening right now, right? We do see that Spaghetti is returning down to the spot lane. There is Leona and everyone coming up, but I believe that's already been 1 grub secured for the side.
Nope. They just now spawned, which didn't have time to get one. So he's going to be completely pushed out of the river, and it looks like all 3 of these are going to be going over to the Gluttons. They did bring Avi up here for the objective. And, of course, we can see Seeker was in the general vicinity as well, but Spire just not strong enough this early in the game. They're going to be forced to give that one up. And so both the early neutrals will go the way of the defending champs.
Oh, there's that extra gold coming in there. Sick value from this first strike from that Q, I guess. Made 10 gold there, I think, was the little pop-up for Spaghetti.
I wonder what the count is at right now for first strike gold acquired.
Yeah, maybe we can get a check on that sometime later on. But it is Brutalizer as well for this MF, so like we are going a really heavy
Ooh, yeah,
focus towards lethality, yeah.
very interesting. So, I mean, that potentially is going to exacerbate the issue that we kind of highlighted in the draft where, you know, XSV Gluttony, they don't really have much consistent damage. It's going to be pretty much all down to this Orianna, which we know
Yeah.
BKP can do a lot of damage, but still.
I also think it's really weird that Discrepancy has both Faded Ashes and Bommies in his inventory. That seems very odd to me.
That is pretty odd, yeah. Usually you would only need, you know, one of those items is going to help out with the clear. And now we're in kind of like a garage sale situation where his first actual completed item is going to be significantly delayed. We'll see if
Yeah,
that is going to come back to bite him at all.
I think it's the MR Sunfire is what he's rushing, the Hollow Radiance. If I had to
Yeah,
guess.
but that does not build out
Yeah.
of Faded Ashes. That is still
Yeah.
only a Dami Cinder item. Top laners scuffling a little bit up here towards the top side. We do have our next dragon spawning right now. And control over the area for Gluttony at the moment. Tavi moves in. They get that control ward out of the tri-brush, but Witch and crew are in the area, not willing to give up on this dragon just yet. Because I really don't think we need to
CCI
be
is
walking top lane right now.
Yeah, CZI is really close to getting a solo kill there. If he does land another like W Pathmaker, he does get it.
Not a half. Nature's Grasp is going to come out. But they're not willing to pull the trigger for the side of the Spire. Now, Avi, Xenoblade forward, just locks up that enemy jungler. Bullet time over the top of the flash away for
but
Witch.
the Milio
flash
cleanse.
away for Spaghetti, but the Malphite does get on top for the misfortune. Avi's going down extremely low. It is going to be
what a shockwave for BKP!
Gluttony does find 2 with the shockwave to secure the team fight for Gluttony. It's going to be 4 for nothing in the end, as Arrows had moved down for that fight as well. Objective plus the team fight, Gluttony way out on top.
Yeah, I thought that was really going to turn for the worse when they committed pretty much all their ults other than like the MF shockwave, or other than the Orianna shockwave onto that onto Witch there on Maokai, and you know Seeker was able to heal him and use the Milio ult to keep him safe, and I was like, oh man, this play's done, but they just don't have the damage right now. That I'm pretty sure it was first items coming through after this base and after dying for the side of Bongo and Eros, that they didn't have those before.
Oh, BKP? Oh, okay, no, it's
yeah,
on the flight there for Eros. I guess there was like
doesn't have access to his ult yet either, so I think if he had that for sure is a solo kill.
Oh, and now Avi on the wraparound, gonna find the enemy mid laner. The flash away from the solar flare has the astral flight. Eros does escape. Just has to burn the flash to do it.
Okay, but let's see. Does Bongo and Seeker actually get anything from this pushing, or did they just gonna get a pushing and be happy with that? Deep forward towards Gromp Blue area, I guess, is a consolation prize, but nothing really for that. So
Yeah,
Avi kind of getting the better of it right now. These support rooms that we were kind of talking about in the pregame of being more active on the map so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Avi has found some really nice timers to look for these plays. You know, the rotation up for the Grubs earlier as well. Leona definitely been very impactful so far. But for the side of the Spire, they're still biding their time, right? They're still scaling.
Yeah, they're only down 2k gold, right?
It's not, it's not too dire straits just yet. I do think they have to be really worried about this next dragon in 2.5 minutes. It is a Mountain Soul this game, Storm, and we've got 3 tanks on the side of XSV Gluttony. So that Mountain Soul going over, even with all your scaling, I don't know if, okay, Xenoblade going in for Avi, cleanses there for Bongo. The Leona should be tanky enough to walk this one off, and she is. Which would have thrown out the ultimate there, but holding on to it.
Yeah, I think we were both kind of about to talk about the Axiom Arc rush on Misfortune. Seems very weird.
It's very unusual, yeah. But I mean, you understand the idea, right? Spaghetti just wants to always have that ultimate available when he needs it. Just fully indexing into the power of the Misfortune Amumu combo. Obviously, it does work really well with Leona as well.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to say, like, if you're trying to be as much power mid game as possible, right? You know, if you're trying to end this game early, lethality is definitely the way to do it, right? It's the hardest spike you can get on like 2 items. It just starts getting outscaled as the game gets later and later, but you're not trying to play this game later and later.
Recall canceled onto Spaghetti. Misfortune standing and fighting for now. Another fireball from Bongo. Does have Mom available, but Mom not going to be making an appearance right now. We do also see that Eros can summon his own force from the skies whenever he would like to. It's form of a falling star instead of an elder dragon.
Yeah, and it's a minute now just till this dragon spawns. There is currently the vision control on the side for XSV, right? They have the pink ward directly in the pit. They had the ward towards the lane, pink ward in their own try. There's nothing out right now for the side of Spire. So I gotta wonder, are they going to try and fight this? We do see that they are starting to roam down here.
I mean, they tried to fight the last one.
Yeah, I mean, do they think it's going to go differently this time? That they have the damage now to win it out?
Could we get? I think we do actually just need a stack check. Stack check. Oh my god, am I okay? Mr. Producer, if you could click on the smolder for us, just click on Bongo on the champion model. We could just he's the tiny dragon.
Yeah, I think the crewman thing is covering it for us on the thing, right?
Oh, is it?
The overlay. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I feel like we'd still see a little bit of it, like maybe peeking out from behind the. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Oh well. He's probably not there yet. Is what I'm going to go with. Avi is going to go in with the Zenith blade. Went very deep for that one. The bullet time does come out, but doesn't get the greatest value. Eros is still in touch with the solar flare. He's going to come out, but it's so much damage on the front line. The shockwave does find through from BKB. He was in a great position over the wall. And it is going to be a 2-for-1 to open things up for XSV Gluttony, but both carries still alive for the Spire. They're sticking around, thinking about trying to fight this one out, but they don't have a smite for the objective, so XSV Gluttony starting to burn it down. Eros and Bongo, what are you guys going to do? You have to make a move at some point if you're going to be sticking around here. I think it's probably should just be a call off the play. They're sticking around a little bit too long. CZI flashes in, finds the charge into the wall. They take down Eros, and now the flash in for discrepancy. Looking for the bandage toss. The He's found the Melio, and it's going to be discrepancy's third kill of the game. It's going to be soul point plus some extra gold on top for the Gluttons. They are in full control of this game number 1.
Yeah. Oh my god. He has ult again. They are
going to find a little bit more. They take down Bongo. Avi is going to be sacrificed for this one. Oh, never mind. The turret shot. Not enough to finish off the Leona. Able to walk it off, and it's another pick. Yeah, that's crazy. Maddie's bullet time has got to be on like a 30-second cooldown with this build.
Well, yeah, it's when you kill people, right, that it just resets. Like, look, it's already half down after that kill. That's insane. I guess all those ARAM specialists know what they're talking about building at first item.
And we've gone collector second.
Yeah.
Classic misfortune item, that one at least.
Yeah.
Even more lethality. Yeah. Really, really threatening. They were even able to pick up the Rift Herald as well off the back of that play in the mid lane. Gluttony just feels like they kind of just got everything. And Spire, you know, we can appreciate the strategy that they wanted to go for. It is game 1 after all, but the full scaling strat, I just, you know, in hindsight, I don't know if it was ever going to work against a team that's as drilled as Gluttony, right? A team with as good as macro as Gluttony have. They're going to take the game away from you before you have the opportunity to play it.
Yeah, and now it's kind of this interesting part of what are you guys going to do? You're behind. There's a very close looming clock. What are you able to get to try and equalize it, right? The bounties of shame are out on the map, right? Are you able to trade and get like a really bad play, like, you know, losing this tier 1 and just overload somewhere else just to get some more standing gold into your team or something like that? But this whole just keep keep ourselves, kind of matched towards the enemy is not the way to be doing it. I don't think this isn't gonna do you any favors. You have to make some sort of play,
Oh,
and
the
it looks
flash
like
engage
fight.
from Witch. They have found a couple members, but it's only the front line. Discrepancy and Avi both staying alive for a while, but I think Discrepancy at least is going to. The Shockwave does connect onto 2. The Amumu is trying to walk away from this one, but Synthwave finds the chains, and he does get pulled back, and there's going to be a shutdown for the Spire top laner. Avi managed to walk out the back there, so the Leona will survive once again. Just the 1 pick for the Spire, Witch investing the flash there. You can feel the desperation of the Spire. They understand they need to start finding some angles back into this game, but still down about 5.5K, and CZI unmatched in the top lane, going to be able to take some solo turret gold for himself.
Yeah, and they also use Synthwave's TP there on this Aatrox, which means that's not going to be up now for this dragon fight in 2 minutes. So, if BKP or somebody wants to, or CZI can just sit in this top lane and continue to be down there. But the real prize of the game has spawned. It's a new guy. It's Atacon, the thing that you didn't have to know the name of because Riot is removing it because it is warping the game completely. This objective is completely BS. Looking at some of the stats have come out, it's like literally the highest win rate thing you can get in the game. It's more valuable to your win rate than Elder Dragon is.
That's insane.
Yeah. This objective is just absolutely brutal. And he has a funny little Santa hat on. That's so cute.
It is very adorable. Yeah. Shout out to the Winter Rift coming back.
Yeah. It is. Other than the fact that, blue-green colorblind people, very hard to see on this map. So I have reverted my map because I can't see things.
Oh, you actually have the option of disabling the winter map? Is that a thing?
It's not normal. Nope. But you can. You can mod it to do it. It's not that hard to. It's like putting custom skins on.
Well, it's very, very. My condolences to all the colorblind people out there. As for those of us who don't suffer from the blue-green color blindness, it is very pretty.
Yeah.
But let's see about this Mountain Soul setup. It is spawning in about 20 seconds. Once again, Gluttony with some decent control in the river, including that control word in the Banana Brush, which immediately looking to start things off onto Avi. Nature's Grasp coming out very early. Discrepancy finding the curse of the Sad Mummy onto 3 in the bullet time. Over the top, they take down the Melio. The sky does fall from the Aurelion Soul, but the damage just isn't quite there. Discrepancy still clinging to life. Eventually will get taken down, but Arrows had to stick around for so long to do it. And the Aurelion Soul is going to get taken down alongside the Smolder. It's a double kill over to BKP to complement the double kill for Maddie. And it is going to be the 5-for-1 team fight overall, plus the Mountain Soul, plus the Otacon, plus a Game 1 victory for XSV Gluttony.
You got to imagine that it's just all over at this point. I don't know if they have time to get Otacon with Discrepancy dead here. But Eros doesn't have TP, so I guess he probably has time to. We do see the other members of this team have started it, and CZI is now going to join him on this way down and be able to play bodyguard towards that Tribrush area. And it is already
Spire, so
yeah. Man. But yeah, new guy just gives you absurd amounts of XP and gold. It's like basically the same as getting a Baron buff in terms of like raw stats, just the sheer amount of permanent stats that it gives you, because it gives you level ups, right? Which is like a ridiculous amount of gold. It buffs your team for kills now, which allows you to chase down and like finish fights off easier. This just an insane objective. For anyone who's looking for those end of season climbs, just kill Atacon and it lets you win.
Well, easier said than done. It does take a while to actually finish him off, but yeah, I wonder why they didn't just make the Otacon buff temporary like the Baron buff. Like, why did it have to be permanent? I feel like that's why it's so overpowered.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, wow. They weren't quite able to figure that one out, but they are just going to remove him instead, which I think most of us are pretty okay with. The blue buff is going to be secured by Witch, and he's probably going to die for it. The Solar Flare does come out onto the Aurelion Soul. Discrepancy going over the wall, finds the ult onto 2, and Spaghetti is going to get interrupted. Oh, never mind, actually. He's holding on to the bullet time channel, perhaps anticipating that interruption coming through. BKP, meanwhile, is teleported in pretty prematurely, as Baron's not going to be up for a full minute still. But wanted to make sure
Yeah.
his team was going to be in a tough spot there. We do have an Aatrox on the wrong side of the map, but it looks like he's going to be able to escape with the recall.
Spaghetti
Okay, that's
is
the dead Melio. That was the raw bullet time.
yeah,
The,
that was a 3v1, and he just did that in their
The
face.
unprotected bullet time is you got to watch out for that one, kids. Good angle from Spaghetti. 6-0 now on the Misfortune. 3 items done. And poor Seeker just didn't even know what hit him.
Oh, there's a train out in there. That's cool to see. Anyway, Synthwave is getting beat up on. Is he going to get sombreroed? Nope.
All right, they are going to find a Witch here off on the side. The Maokai pushes back the front line of Gluttony. And Baron is coming up pretty soon now. Synthwave, as you mentioned, taking a lot of damage from BKP's Orianna, is going to have to go for the recall. At least Eros is here to defend the inner turret. But contesting the Baron, it might be too tall a task for the Spire to navigate right now.
Yeah, they don't have a blue trinket anymore. They do have Maokai easily, but Maokai is about to die.
Grasp. He is just out of there. Spaghetti is going godlike. Bongo locked up by the Amumu ultimate is going to get taken down next. 8 kills now for Maddie. Synthwave is a little bit too late. And BKP is going to be going godlike as well. 20-5 on the scoreboard. XSV Gluttony looking for that sub-30 win.
Yeah, they are just going to take this Baron. Aurelian Soul is alive, which means they can't Siege because he just does this thing where he presses E and Q and the wave just dies. Does take a chunk for it, but can generally just do that under his tower, and that retaliation is a lot harder. But this Baron buff should definitely end the game. I can't see anything else happening. I mean, we have Elder in 2 minutes, if that's really, like, what they're going to play for towards XSV, but I'm pretty sure the Nexus is going to die within the next 3.
Yeah, it feels unlikely that even if an Elder does spawn, I don't think that the Spire are going to be able to get close enough to that pit to actually go for the Miracle Steal. Feels pretty unlikely. I don't think Witch is even going to have Flash when the Elder does spawn. It's going to be close, but... Yeah, I think for Gluttony, I'm hoping and expecting them to be able to close things out, with this Baron buff, given the monstrous lead that they do have. Should be pretty easy for them to close things out from here. We do see a little bit of a Fnatic Bush setup coming out from Bongo and Witch. They're going to find a Leona, but Avi is just really struggling to take damage right now.
Yeah, did burn his locket for that. That is something down, I guess you can say, and the enemy support is at half. Sure, we can call it half.
Yeah, almost half. Approaching half, you could say. That's an interesting position for an Aurelian Soul to be in. The Star is going to have to get flashed away from by BKP. Nature's Grasp only going to find the stun onto that Leona's Discrepancy. He's going very, very deep for this one. Has already used the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and the bullet time's not here quite yet. Spaghetti is just auto-attacking down the Aatrox. And now they're just going to be able to walk it in from here. Max range Zenith Blade interrupted by the kick, but it's not going to matter. Triple kill over to Spaghetti. And that is going to be the end of the game indeed. Only Eros alive to try to defend. No flash, no ult, no nothing. No chance for the Spire mid laner to defend here. It's going to be 28 minutes on the game clock. XSV Gluttony. We haven't seen them for a couple of weeks, but it looks like they have not missed a step. They are going to be going up 1-0 in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, big win. Pretty dominant, I would say, in almost every way imaginable. Was there anything? I mean, there didn't seem like a point almost this entire game where I was like, oh, Moonlight's gonna be able to do something here or something like that, right? I thought maybe the only time I was like, maybe the XSV had overplayed was when they committed all of their ultimates onto Witch on that Maokai at that one fight, but it didn't prove to matter as XSV won that fight for nothing anyway, or 4-for-1. So I think it's really a thing for the Spire now of you have to win lanes, right? You've proven that you've this game just proved that XSV knows how to win, and they know how to win convincingly. So now it's on you that you can't just look to punish mistakes, but you have to make your own leads.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Storm. I do think that, again, it was probably a worthwhile experiment for the Spire to try
Yeah.
and go for in this first game. Try and draft full scaling, try and see if you can just hang on until late game and win there. But XSV Gluttony, you said it. They know how to win. They know how to, find advantages and push their leads. And they were able to easily kind of dismantle this full scaling draft from the side of the Spire. Definitely, I think my POG for this first one is, honestly, I would want to give it to Avi on the Leona. I felt like the Leona was super proactive about, being the one to find those early plays and go for some nice early roams. And, was a big part in getting like the grubs early on as well. That's something that really allowed Gluttony to accelerate pretty effectively. But BKP had some really nice shockwaves as well. And CZI and his Cassante, of course, never disappoints either. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't think either top laner was really in this game. This game felt like one of those games in solo queue where you just kind of press tab and go, oh, okay, I guess we're just surrendering in like 4 minutes. It's just the dedicated 1v1 up there, and both those guys were like kind of like we're 15 minutes away from impacting the game. But I think Avi definitely had a fantastic game as Leona, but I think BKP just played incredibly well on that Ori. I'm kind of a toss up in between them. I think Spaghetti also deserves a shout out because he went 12-0 and 8. That's a pretty good score line, but sure, we can give it to the support supremacy. Let's go, Avi.
Yeah. It's especially, it's I feel like, on Auto Talk earlier, Spaghetti was kind of hedging his bets in regards to Avi. He was like, yeah, like he has these strengths, but also he can sometimes just like press his buttons at the wrong time and lose the game. So the fact that, I feel like we saw a pretty solid performance out of Avi in this first game, I feel like we have the opportunity to give him a POG. And so that's kind of part of my thought process as well. It's like he's got a pretty strong case here. And so, even if, some other members on the team also performed extremely well, then I like giving it to him when we have the opportunity. So either way, super dominant performance from XSV Gluttony here in this first game. We're going to go to a short break now, and then we'll be back to see if the Spire can bounce back and tie up the series. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are soon going to be jumping into our Game 2 champion select between XSV Gluttony and Moonlight Spire. Storm, looks like the Spire are going to be swapping over to the red side for this game number 2. We did see quite a lot of success for red side, a couple of weeks ago on our last stream, and I think this season in general, we've seen a little bit of preference, a little bit of an advantage maybe for that red side. So are you feeling good about this choice for the Spire?
I think red side is stronger. I've always talked about this on kind of the draft and stuff that as the top laner, I want red side because it means you get guaranteed counter pick. You can kind of react what the enemy's doing and draft a little bit yourself. So I think, certain picks get better. The one thing I will mention is, with blue side is you get kind of that first pick of the juiciness, the OP, whatever is out and whatever that is. We were both talking that Nell was left open last game. So that is something that can just be slammed on like, B1. It can go bot lane or support as well. So it's not like it's just guaranteed to go mid lane. So I think that's something that might get like touched on the ban table maybe this game. Whereas for the side of XSV, I'm pretty sure they're going to stick with a lot of their jungle bans, which does have like an obscene amount of games as fiddlesticks, right? They are not named after it. I learned it is just a reference to the Black Sabbath song.
Mhm, mhm.
Um,
Although one other on that note, Storm, one other little bit of info to share with you. I don't know if you caught much of the podcast earlier, but that's something else that Maddie mentioned is the fact that Discrepancy is allegedly Haman Karn's father, and so then
ah,
also has the Fiddlesticks mastery. So we could even see like a B1 Fiddlesticks takeaway. We've seen Witch pull out the B1 Fiddlesticks earlier this season. That game didn't go too well for him, but I think if they do want to just deny the pick, then Gluttony could try to make it work themselves.
yeah. I think there's just lots of stuff that seems like pretty powerful that's left. You know, other than that, like Ivern is like something that I know a lot of teams in our league this season, strangely, is something that they have been playing. I think that champion is like crazy good right now in the jungle. Um, I think there's just so many things with like, all of these things we were talking about, like these flex picks in the jungle, like just taking a Malphite or taking, Cho'Gath or Aatrox is gone now, but all of these random champions that can just suddenly go into the jungle. I think there is some value on this blue side first pick.
Yeah.
The Fiddlesticks thing, I don't know. I'm still in like I don't think this champion's nearly as good as comp. I think he is like the solo queue superstar just because Crowstorm just pretty much always fears people, whereas in comp you have to have flash for it to be a fear, basically. Just because people should almost always know where you are. Um, so I'll be curious to see what the first pick is going to be on this side. There is like the ADCs available as well, right? Kog'Maw, rise up, Kog'Maw enjoyers. Please, someone pick him. Probably not first pick, but Ziggs is available. Ashe, I'm pretty sure, is still super high priority. Um, and let's see, we are starting draft.
All right. Get banned. So they're gonna keep that nice and simple.
Yeah.
Looks like the jungle focus from XSV in this first ban phase is going to continue.
Yep. This bans, I'm pretty sure, are the same for the Spire here as well, right? They banned Sindra, I remember for sure last time. Oh, this Mel ban does come through. That is something that's different.
Yeah,
Not wanting to give that one away. Who
makes
else
sense.
kind of left for the big mid laners? Like Victor's available. Oh, Morgana's available. If anyone wants to be cringe. I will boo you if you pick Morgana mid lane, just as a heads up. Um,
Yeah, my
but
camera's
let's
just being
see.
broken right now, guys. Sorry about that. I'm
Okay.
gonna try changing the USB port that it's plugged into after this game, but it's just gonna be broken for right now. So enjoy that still image of me.
Oh,
We do have
nice.
Sivir gonna come through on B1. So I was kind of that's not too surprising for me. I was thinking probably just another 80 carry B1 pick
Yeah.
would make the most sense here.
All right. It's Kog'Maw time. You can lock it in. The enemy team's picking their
Ooh.
ADC. I also think Vayne is really, really good into Sivir, but instead they're just going to go more team fight prowess and more kind of classics, going with the Jinx. Um, I'm never really mad to see Jinx. I think this champion's really cool as well as being always pretty good. So love to see that for Bongo there. Do you think support comes through here, or there is like jungles that you could take? I don't really want to see a support lock in here. I think it's much better to take some sort of jungler here.
Oh,
Ivern.
you called it.
Ooh, dang. Nice. Pretty
Okay,
sure he's
which
the highest win rate champion on the patch right now.
yeah, that would not surprise me. Which
Yeah.
does have some games on it as well. I see 21 games on the OP.GG, slightly under a 50% win rate. So not one of his best picks necessarily, but certainly, as you point out, a very strong pick in the meta right now, and a pick that I do feel like is generally going to be stronger in a team setting as opposed to a solo queue setting.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. That champion is so good in team play. Um, in solo queue, I think if you are playing Ivern, you must have really high faith in your duo partner. Um,
Right.
I couldn't
Ooh.
see any other reason to pick him in solo queue. But Wukong also, that's just another really strong jungler. Something that I guess we haven't even really touched on very much.
So
Just kind of scales and team fights really well.
it's a great combo with the Sivir as well, being able to get that
Yeah.
extra movement speed to get in position for the big cyclones is
Hmm.
very, very threatening. And they have some nice disengage options with the Braum there as well. So it's feeling like a pretty well-rounded composition so far for Gluttony. But the Spire have a really nice foundation to build around here as well. They're building around this Jinx. They've got the Alistar for the front line and engage, and Ivern as the enchanter to buff up their hyper carry, so making a lot of sense on their side as well.
Yeah. Taking away Silas again, I definitely agree with that. Alistair ult is broken on him. Daisy is also disgusting when you can just take that.
Ooh.
Um, Wonder what our pick is here. I'm guessing we're saving top lane as our counter pick. So we're gonna take mid blind. There is a lot of wave clear options, and your team is kind of lacking that right now.
Is it time for the Azir? Would go with
It's
the team
pretty
fighting.
play. I think is better, a little bit more safe in some ways. I think towards like wave clear.
Okay, sure. I would
Um,
say that the way is probably more susceptible to the Wukong engage than something like the Azir would be.
yeah, that's fair. And
Tank
Ornn,
for
the kind
CCI.
of yeah, the best tank I would say, like the engaged tank is available to be taken. Braum is on your team, so you can always take that as well.
Yeah.
Um, you know, and this Silas is gone, so there's no dueling Rams this game. I really like that pick for CZI, but now you just need some sort of mid laner who it does damage, right? Because your team doesn't have that much of it right now. I'm kind of looking towards the classics of like Victor or something along those lines.
Sure. Oh, you'll take
Ziggs.
the Ziggs, actually. Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, matching the range of the way definitely does bring the damage, like you were just talking about.
Yep. Um, Pretty sure that's the only thing that Hui is like bad into is like actual just like poke mages. I'm pretty sure he just like is good into every other mage. So I like this here. I've seen a lot of people take the Vel'Koz, right? It's been like a really popular
Oh yeah.
answer into this way. And wow, Camille coming
Okay.
out for Danny Phantom.
So that's what you get with red side, right? You have
Yep.
the option to go for these hard counters on the R5, particularly in the top lane. So Camille, as we all know, loves to fight into tanks. Should be a very comfortable lane matchup for Synthwave up there, but it doesn't really mesh with what the rest of the Spire have drafted, right? They had such a complete, team fight composition that was really nice and balanced, but now with the Camille R5 being the option for Synthwave, it means they're a little bit lighter on frontline, right? They really only have that Alistair with Camille wanting to look for the off angles if she even is going to show up to the team fights at all. So
Yeah,
what's your read on this R5?
my read is that your front line is Daisy. That's
Okay,
your front line. Is your front line is
sure.
Daisy, and it can be Alistair like as backup, right? Daisy is the one checking bushes for your team and towards Braum and Wukong and things like that. Um, I think the difficult thing for the Spire now is this team is now a Camille team, right? It doesn't really matter about the rest of these things. It's like Camille is now the thing that you were trying to focus on. Your team is a ton of disengage, right? You have Alistar to disengage, you have Jinx traps, you have Hui to speed your team up so that they can run away and lay down poke. It's just, can your team buy time? Because the problem is that the enemy team has like semi-globals with the Ziggs ult to like mess with Camille waves. You have Sivir to be able to run down towards her. Ornn has all the CC to like actually do things. Um, it's really gonna be a lot on Synthwave of like, do they know like why this matchup is good and have they played this specific matchup? Because it's really weird because Camille E can be used on Ornn Pillar, right?
Right.
So it means that like if you're able to time things, it basically means you're never able to get like Ornn combos off. A lot of Ornn combos rely on like using your Q to facilitate like getting a third brittle proc and going for like the Omega combos and things like that. Whereas Camille should never be hit by those. So she should be super safe like the entire game. Like even if she's in the middle of a lane, there's always ways for her to position with the hook shot. Um, it's going to be a lot on, I think what is going to happen and what I have to see happen for Synthwave is you need to proxy Ornn with your Ravenous Hydra, Trinity Force, things like that, and then collapse and look for like chunks and threaten chunks to try and like bait out flashes from the members of XSV. Because if it's a straight 5v5, I don't think this Moonlight Spire team can play. That's my read on it. I think it's all about creating time and pressure and utilizing that to make it so that XSV is always losing something on the map.
Yeah, that'll make sense, Storm. But I gotta say, kind of the way that you're describing this, where you're talking about, the Spire needing to buy time and wait for the
Yeah.
Camille to really come online and create that threat in the side lane. It's starting to sound a little bit like what we were saying in that game number 1, right? Where Spire needed, to buy time for their scaling carries to come online and for their like Smolder and Aurelion Soul to get their stacks and
Right.
like become relevant. And the problem was that XSV Gluttony just didn't give him that time. The time just wasn't there.
Yeah, the thing I think that's different this game is that they have a winning solution right now, right? Is that Camille is going to beat Ornn when it comes to things like that, right? And Camille should have the tempo on the map to like make plays happen. That Synthwave has opportunities to do things all this time. Like it's not just beating up on towers and like only doing that. It's gonna be proxying a wave, then you can go disappear into Fog of War to threaten hook shots from across the wall, right? Because hookshot plus Alistair combo plus Ivan root means like someone's locked down for like 2.5, 3 seconds, and you have Jinx and Hui to be able to rain down damage from basically anywhere, right? With the long range zaps and the Hui, I don't know the name of his abilities because there's friggin' 12 of
Too many
them,
of them,
and despair and stuff like that. That I think like there's actually a way to build a tempo to be able to build into a team fight win. Whereas before they didn't have any tempo at all, right? None of their lanes were winning necessarily, right? Like CZI and him were just kind of standing off as tanks in the top lane. Mid lane, BKP was just pushing in constantly on that Orianna. Alice, and you were always chunked as that Aurelion Soul. Whereas now your team actually has like a way to build tempo and something to play off of.
Yeah, makes sense for sure. The other really interesting wrinkle, I think, here for the side of the Spire with this draft, we were talking earlier about how the Ivern is really nice alongside the Jinx, right? Where you get to buff up the Jinx in the late game and really enhance her carry threat. But it works really well alongside the Camille as well, right? Where you're able to like create those bushes to like hide, where the Camille is coming from potentially, and like giving Camille those extra shields obviously is going to be really nice as well. So are you expecting for Witch to just play like really heavily then towards this top side? I mean, we know that the Spire historically is kind of like a top side focused team. Is that really, they fully have to kind of orient their playstyle in this game around the Camille, you think?
No, I think it's kind of like this weird thing of it's like Synthwave or Danny Phantom has to be like the shot caller telling his team like when he can get in. Like this is
Mm.
like a team comp that's super hard to play. That's really reliant about that. I think as Ivern, you are just trying to get disruptions early, right? You have so much more time on the map compared to Wukong. Just with how fast your clear is as Ivern, I really want to track Witch in this early game to see if he knows, like, the 3-minute clear that Ivern is able to do. He does get that reduced gold from Krugs or whatever because Riot hates him, um, but does just offer so much utility that like there is a lot that you can do early game. I think ganking Ziggs, I think, is really big just for Hwei, just so like you can burn TP to give you like that advantage. I don't think the like ganks top lane matter very much. It's just you're trying to get Camille to Ravenous and level 9, basically, and getting to that point where she can then start actually going for deep vision. So that way that she can start getting the proxy going. Because if Danny isn't proxying, I think this game is completely doomed. I will just say that right out, like off the bat.
Right.
If Danny does not
Well,
proxy a wave past level 8, this game's over, and XSV wins like at 25 minutes, at like 28 minutes again.
it's definitely a tricky draft to play out for the side of the Spire, and Danny Phantom, aka Synthwave, has definitely taken an interesting path with that R5 Camille lock. And do you think they're going to be able to pull it off? Are we going to be tying up this series, Storm? What is your prediction?
I as much as I really want to believe in this, I don't think so. I think this comp is so crazy hard to play, and it's something that like specifically you would have had to have played like in a scrim together with your team and then like sat down with your coach and talked about it and gone over like the specifics of this. Because this is one of those comps that like there's not a lot of things I can think about that it's like you'd have like something very similar to where it would be like, oh, if we had Darius here or Trundle or something, right? It wouldn't be, it's not the same focus of like the Camille. It's a really strange way to play of that you're playing the game in like 15-second intervals of it going, okay, Ornn is hitting this wave, I am here, we are doing this now. Or it's like Ornn is not here, or just things like that. That it's snap decisions constantly over and over that's going to force XSV into like these weird spots. And it has to be that you're able to decide which one is the mistake and your window to go in.
All right.
I think if this was
Well-
like a Diamond League game like I would be in, I think this game would be a different answer. But I think here in Emerald, with the level of play we're at, I think this comp's too hard to play.
We'll see how it goes. We're going to go to a very short break, and we'll be right back for game 2.
Or we're just in.
Well,
Even
we
better.
do need to sync up Sirius. So actually, if you could pause and go back, because I am now in the spectator client. Sorry to take a little bit of extra time here, but yeah. Sirius? To get that sorted out momentarily. So if you could just pause, and we just need to, we could like go to a quick break, and we need to, because I'm in the spectator client now, so we just got to sync up so that we are looking at the same thing.
Minions have spawned.
Sorry to
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, just a
Yeah.
quick break, and we'll sync up, and then we'll come right back in to start the game. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Welcome onto the Rift now for game number 2. So let's see. Probably not too much going to be happening here at level 1, right, Storm? We got a little bit of a sneak peek before, so I guess we actually
Yeah,
do know
yeah.
already.
I do agree with you, BKP. That is loser behavior from Eros to hit you with that W while you are dancing off with the enemy team's jungler. I pray for your downfall now, Eros. I hope you get first blooded. But yeah, I don't think there's either of these teams have a level 1 worth talking about. Despite Braum being in this game, there's nothing going on, right? Ziggs is pretty awful level 1. Sivir is pretty bad level 1. Wukong is terrible. Ornn's pretty bad. So that's not really going to be much of anything going on for XSV. Whereas, Spire has pretty much nothing as well. They have Alistair if someone walks directly in top of them into a bush, and that was it. But now it's the type of Ken which just power farm as quickly as possible and get things going on the map before Discrepancy is able to. Again, just one of these timing things. Ivern has ridiculously fast clears if you know what you're doing. I'm pretty sure he's still the fastest in the game, quote unquote, technically, of like killing Scuttle and everything, just because of how his kit functions.
Ooh, so you're going to take some early damage here. Concussive blows proc on the Alistar, who does get the Aftershock, which does give him a little bit healthier than he otherwise would have been, but still a big chunk of damage onto that Spire support. Main thing to focus on, I think, in these early levels is the Ivern clear that you were just highlighting for us. So you can see Witch has already marked the red buff. He's gotten everything marked now on his bottom side. And it looks like it's going to be a top re-clear into, I'm actually not 100% sure on my own Ivern. I don't really play the champ, so.
Yep, and then you queue over towards the Krugs that you just saw. Then you do that, you smite them, and then you go back, and you go down, and you should have your everything kind of timed up now. That you should be able to have everything there. Be level 3. You won't be level 4 after your full clear because your Ivern, right, hates you, like I had mentioned.
It's going to be on the bottom side of the map as he completes the full Ivern clear. And honestly, Discrepancy not too far behind. The Wukong finishing up the red buff right now, so just going to be slightly behind pace. We do see Synthwave getting a deep ward in that top side jungles. They're going to be able to have the information that Discrepancy is also on this bottom side of the map.
Yep. And we haven't done anything with our clear, which I am disappointed to see.
Which not really able to find anything in this window at all.
Yeah. And this is kind of what I was talking about, that this is going to be how this team is going to have to play, is they're going to have these windows of like 15 to 20 seconds where they know where Wukong is because he's clearing things. And like Ivern's going to be finished first, and he just has to do something with it. And it's going to be the same thing with Synthwave towards top. I'm really interested to see that we do see some pings down towards mid lane that like Ivern was looking for something, but BKB just has a great ward there, knows where Ivern is, even able to cancel that recall. Seeker is getting a little bit of a stun here. Avi is taking a chunk here, but
some nice chompers from Bongo there as well to give him time to get in a couple of extra autos onto the Braum. There's a flash.
Punt under the
Avi underneath the tower. The torch shot comes through the exhaust as well, but the Unbreakable is there to keep Avi alive. And now Bongo is so low. Spaghetti needing one more auto. The barrier coming through for the Jinx to keep her alive. But now Seeker stunned up by the concussive blows. Gets another punch. Spaghetti now forced to flash. The torch shot comes through the barrier. Is there for the Sivir. A valiant effort from Seeker, getting both bot laners of XSV under the turret at different points, but not enough to get a kill. It's going to be Gluttony on the board first once again. Now in the top lane, Witch is here, gives a little bit of a shield over to Synthwave. CZI, though, should be healthy enough. Will survive the Q2, gets back underneath the turret.
Yeah, it does so even without burning his flash, I think, which is really big for him. Synthwave just needs to be able to take this freeze and just get something with it. CZI is going to teleport right back up here. We do see Discrepancy is here to cover him as well on this Wukong, is walking up, making sure there's no funny business with any sort of repeat ganks. So as Witch, you got to see that I'm pretty sure he walked over Scuttle there or something, that you just got to go, okay, I have time. Let's go do something with it.
So good effort there from Witch, but the only
Yeah.
thing they got out was Ornn's teleport. So really, not too much of an advantage to speak of. And isn't even ahead of the Wukong and CS right now either. We can see discrepancy, actually. A couple of camps in the lead on this Wukong. Gank in the mid lane. Nice satchel from BKP to disengage from that one.
Yeah, that was really fantastically played. We do see that there is this, invade going on. That is that, but running into
Alright,
both
yeah, Ivern
Spaghetti.
is here. Spaghetti with the spell shield to get away from the Ivern root. And it is Gluttony with the extra man. As it's going to be the side of the Spire pushed back. We do still see Witches in the enemy jungle. Has gone for the deep angle to go for the safe recall here. We'll be able to get out.
Yeah, even drops a ward down so you can see who was chasing him down there, knows how much time he has. Love to see it. Has his camps marked, so he should catch up very quickly in the CS department here. Nice brittle proc there from CZI on the Synthwave.
So we have seen,
you
thinking
really
back,
want this right now is Synthwave. Oh god, he could die. Okay.
A little bit scary, yeah. Call the Forge God,
Yep.
locked and loaded for CZI right now. So the Camille's gonna have to be respectful. Synthwave does still have his own teleport, has that advantage right now. Looks like we got a roam coming out from CZI. Potentially wanted to look towards mid here, but Eros is pretty far back in the lane at the moment. Not really in too dangerous of a position.
Yeah, but this early dragon being again taken for the side of XSV Gluttony, right? They are the ones stacking this. Oh, it's
never
still
you mind. Bongo gonna take it away with the rocket. They had the ward there in the Dragon Pit. They had the information. And a nice ult from Bongo gonna deny that early objective from XSV.
Well, that's so big. That's so much time that they just wasted as well, right? Discrepancy is level 5 still now on Wukong after taking forever to hit that Spaghetti, losing a whole bunch of time as well. Just waves that they're not being able to shove into this tower. All that's so big.
Definitely. And just, the morale boost, even if that gets
Yeah.
you after being completely shut out in that first game. Headbutt pulled on to 2 for Seeker. Spaghetti chunked down low already. Exhaust gonna come out on the hunt. The ultimate is popped for Spaghetti, and Avi doing his absolute best to try to block Bongo from getting out any of his damage. And now it's the Alistar who's maybe in trouble, but another combo. Getting him over Seeker, the flash forward for Bongo. Needs a couple of more rockets, and Spaghetti with the potion ticking. Barely gonna be able to limp away from that one.
Yep, and no super mega death rocket for Jinx to secure these ones. Use that on that dragon.
Actually, it's very close.
Oh, it is. That's crazy.
Does it? Is that another one of those ults that like the cooldown partially resets if it does something? I didn't think so, but
I didn't either, but maybe it does because that seems crazy that that's already back up. Maybe I just am not watching enough Jinx play. I have not seen this champion all that much recently. Was pretty much absent at Worlds, right?
yeah. Even with T1 winning, I think it was banned against Guma a decent amount, if I recall correctly. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, later in Fearless series, it always seems to get banned as teams kind of go, oh, well, Jinx is still pretty good right here.
All right, Synthwave with the Sheen now, starting to do a little bit more damage to this Ornn. Although I have not seen the Camille go for any proxies yet, Storm.
Yeah, that is kind of my concern, right? But we haven't seen Witch get any sort of vision for him, so he doesn't know when he's safe to do so. Wukong does have enough damage, right? That if he does proxy at the wrong point, hold
Look
that
at
thought,
this position
Arrows.
from Avi in the enemy jungle. Arrow's going to be forced to flash to get away from that Braum passive. Meanwhile, the Grub's being taken by Discrepancy. You can see Witch is here, but just not feeling confident enough to contest this. Even has that ward in the pit, so had full information of the health on the Grubs and everything. But kind of just a support diff here. Avi is in the area and Seeker is not. Means that it's another, well, I guess this time it's just the one neutral going over to the side of Gluttony, given the fact that the dragon was stolen away by Bongo.
Yeah. It is just kind of that thing of I don't know when they're going to be able to start getting this pressure here. BKP is doing such a good job, and especially now that he has these
Yeah.
grubs, it's going to be a really big worry now for me that their mid lane tier 1 might go down like pre 15 minutes. And if that happens, it's going to be rough.
Yeah. BKP and Spaghetti both had phenomenal performances in that game number 1. BKP with those really nice shockwaves in the critical fights. And is going to be in a pretty good spot once again here. Still
Yeah.
nobody actually completing their first item just yet. So a very, very low kill game so far here in game 2.
And I really want to compliment CZI for this top lane play. His tower hasn't gotten hit yet. Like it's
Wow.
full, right? Like the
Yeah.
minions haven't even touched it. He's done a phenomenal job at keeping this lane in like the optimal spot of Camille can now be ganked.
Yeah.
And you know,
that
it is
kinda comes
Ornn,
back.
right? So does even get to stay like when they're staying in this prolonged position is getting items as well, right? Has the advantage.
Absolutely. There is that first item completion. The Sunfire done for CZI. BKB going to get the Ludens completed as well as the Ziggs makes his way back out into the mid lane. Which now going to wrap around into the bushes here in bot lane. But, I mean, Spaghetti isn't even back to lane yet. It's going to take so long for this to bounce. The Ivern would have to sit in that bush for just an extraordinarily long amount of time, and he's not willing to commit that amount of time. So which just goes for the recall. And the gold is still pretty even, but I feel like, you know, we were talking about how the Spire composition is pretty difficult to play, especially in the fights later on. So I feel like an even game is a pretty big advantage for Gluttony.
Yeah, I think this is getting to the point where it's going to be very, very hard. We do see this next dragon as we started. Maybe Bongo is able to get a miracle steal, but their ward on it is
Surely,
yeah, the pink ward and everything. There's no way that he's just going to
They
snipe
know where
this.
Bongo is. The smite is good, but a big engage now on it, disrupting the Spiraling Despair and doing so much damage. And there is the kill onto the Wukong, but the headbutt pull is a little bit botched from Seeker. Avi still slowed up by the Zap. And they are going to get that kill onto the Braum as well. So, going to be a dragon over to Gluttony, but 2 kills taken by the Spire. They will take the gold lead for now.
Yeah, and this should be the point where Synthwave should be proxying. He knows that everyone in the entire game is on the bot side of the map. That wave should be his. He should be trying to get time and looking for something in the enemy jungle. I know you can probably reset here for Trinity, and it is such a big spike and you need it, but I really need him to start getting some sort of lead with this, because this is the thing, right? You have this, like, 5 CS lead or whatever as Camille, and you had that level lead, but you need to transition this into something. Just winning a lane isn't enough. You have to get a solo kill or time on the map for your team. I really need to see something happen here, because BKP might solo kill Eros here. It's getting really, really close.
It's scary for sure, but Ivern there for a little bit of a shield and a speed boost, and BKP was running out of mana as well, so... Oh, Seeker gonna find
Spaghetti
the combo
looks
this time
too far
around.
forward.
Bell shield is there to get out of the flame chomp. No, actually still gets stunned up by those flame chompers. Seeker with the unbreakable will. Gonna avoid taking too much damage, so ends up being a pretty good trade, but Alistar ult now on cooldown. Here, Synthwave, yeah, just kind of getting bopped by CZI right now.
Yeah, he is.
Even with the Trinity Force done. CZI just getting out of the sweet spot on those W's. Synthwave is just not winning these trades.
Yeah, and this is the thing. You can't just sit there and trade against an Ornn, like, who's just gonna build armor. Look at, like, can you check for me, Kermit? How much armor does Ornn have right now?
Let's take a little look. He is currently at 183 armor.
Yeah, exactly. So, yes, Camille Q does do true damage, but the rest of your kit doesn't do any damage to that guy. Also, there's anti-heal for Ornn, right? We had that Bramble Vest there, so, like, this is something that you need to win as Synthwave. This is why I would have liked to have seen, like, Ravenous, like, even just having that team out in your inventory just so you can try and start doing these things, because This wave hasn't been touched, and you need to be the one getting pressure. Like, look, the enemy team's just able to get on top of this Rift Herald, and they're going to take this. CCI's here.
Go
He
for
has a
it.
lane push right now.
Yep. Not really way in. There's a combo on a BKB, but Avi beautifully going to tank up that Spire lane to spare. And now Arrows down extremely low.
Arrows.
Little bomb, the flash away for the way, surviving on a sliver of health. Daisy going to come out to play now. Discrepancy. Potentially some trouble. Synthwave on the roll.
Synthwave's
Camilla's here
really
as-
far forward.
Oh, Spear just gets absolutely blown up by the Ziggs. Seeker now going to get caught out as well. There is a kill for Arrows and a nice headbutt from the Alistar, but it's only the Ornn. CCI tanky enough to survive, and that Unbreakable Will is not going to be unbreakable for much longer. Kill number 2 for the Ziggs. And that is going to be an advantage fight for the side of the Gluttons. 2 for 1.
Yeah, I do want to keep just a little bit of an eye on this bot lane if we can. That I think Spaghetti is very, very close to being in lethal range, but I guess his barrier is coming up now, so I don't think it'll matter. Just going to be the reset here. Oh, I think Bongo's going to need to have a monster game to try and get this one out, because I'm not seeing enough here from the top side.
Oh, BKB. Oh, the root caller is going to miss. Oh, another bomb. Oh, my goodness. I'm so scared for Arrows right now. Looks like both mid laners are going to live on some pretty thin margins.
Oh, another good sidestep there.
Yeah. All right. And now we've got Avi pretty far forward, but it's going to be all right. Very aggressive vision control. That's something else, you know, we did talk about on our talks. Avi has a very high average vision score. You just see already, you know, as an additional control ward in inventory. As that's a little bit of a whoopsie from Discrepancy.
Yeah.
We have, you know, Shelly did collide with the ruins of that tier 1, but I mean, really, the main thing you wanted there was just the tier 1. So it's you know, it's fine.
Yeah.
We've seen worse heralds for sure.
Yeah, we definitely have. I'm almost of the opinion now that Herald should just be saved for dragon fights, and you just use it as a Zonia's Hourglass. I think that is the
like
true.
at the combat herald.
Yeah. I think that's the true use of Rift Herald, to be honest with you. Because I think Ziggs was killing that tower in just a couple of minutes with like a W or something. I don't think that Rift Herald was all that useful.
I feel like that's pretty fair. It did get them some priority in the mid lane for this potential dragon take. It is getting burned down. The Inferno
Oh
bomb on
my
it. 3
god,
members, but
EKP
damage
just
was
won them the fight.
Well, I mean, the
Okay.
fight never actually happened. Because
Yeah, but
of
it's certainly
Ziggs
not
that was
happening
dropped
now.
on repeat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he prevented a fight from happening to the benefit of his team.
Oh my god,
But
this
that
is
doesn't
just
ring.
disgusting.
You know, it's,
Yeah.
doesn't roll off the
Yeah.
tongue as easily as winning the fight. So a fair call from you. They are pushing very aggressively into the enemy jungle now. Seeker is going to look for the re-engage onto a clone, though. The Glacial Fisher does come out from Avi. Seeker now is going to go for the Unbreakable Will, but does the Alistar have any way out here? The Redemption, really nice. Superman Death Rocket not going to land. Wukong now very deep on top of Arrows. The Cyclone is not going to be enough to get that kill onto the mid laner. Now Hextech Ultimatum onto
Spaghetti's
Spaghetti,
really
who's
far
all out of
forward.
front line. It's going to be a double kill. Make it a triple kill for Arrows on the way. BKB still alive, but no mana right now on the Ziggs. Him and CCI have to beat a hasty retreat, and it's going to be a nice punish coming out from the Spire. It was very aggressive there from Gluttony pushing that deep into the enemy jungle, and they'll be punished for it.
Okay. Yep. I think it's just going to be those kills, though, there. BKP with his ult back up, able to use it again and just clear that mid wave out so that all Bongo wasn't able to get any time on that tower. And I think that really matters, because I think if he had have gotten that tower gold, it would have given him his Infinity Edge here. I don't think he's going to be able to finish it off here. Yeah, instead is just going to get that Berserker Greave upgrade instead. And we see new guy added on his bot lane, so that's where my eyes is now firmly locked. BKP has his eyes firmly locked on the tier 1 tower that's left on the map. Just going to get trying as much damage as possible into towers, doing his inner Alanis impression, and just pushing.
Absolutely. But no vision of the Camille right now, so going to respect the possibility that Synthwave could be coming for him. He's going to rotate back now down towards mid lane. We do have quite a while until the next dragon. It
Yeah.
was a Gluttony. Up the 2 dragons just before their ill-fated invade into that enemy bot side jungle. So they're behind a bit in gold, but they do have those dragons starting to stack up now. It is Mountain Soul again, Storm, for the 2nd game in a row. I feel like that is
Yep.
a little bit more favorable towards Gluttony in terms of the draw on the Dragon Soul.
I do want to see Eros does have four of his team's 6 kills here, right? So he should be a major power point here for the side of Moonlight Spire in this fight.
All
I
right.
want to see what we get with this Spiraling Despair.
Seeker going pretty deep now on the Alistar, still holding on to the ultimate. They weren't really willing to fully commit onto an Ornn, which I think was the correct decision.
Yeah.
This turret is gone. Synthwave was not here. Oh, it's actually going to barely survive as BKP wanted to hold on to the satchel for a potential disengage, but Synthwave now just going to kind of take a bunch of damage from the 6.
Yeah, not going how Synthwave drew it up here in his head. Just getting absolutely poked down. Having the old ARAM special of you were playing a melee champion at the Ziggs, have fun. Just kind of one of those things that you just need to kind of say, let's ball and just randomly
We're gonna
engage.
find a
But that's a
combo
great.
onto the Wukong. Wukong and his
Yeah.
clone, Discrepancy, locked up. Nowhere to go for the jungler. Bongo takes the kill. 2 now on the Jinx. A little bit premature for the Dragon spawn, and Discrepancy does hold on to the Cyclone.
But new guy is here.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is the angle for the Spire. We do see 3 members for Gluttony are in the area to try to stop this. Ult's
Yep,
available
BKP's
on all 3.
teleporting in.
Oh yeah, here comes the Ziggs as well. All right, the resistance is going to be shredded by New Guy, but he's going down low. New Guy down to about 3k HP. Smite should be there. Call the forward god comes out, and the Otacon is secured by the way of all people. Hextech ultimate him onto the Sipper, but Spaghetti barely staying alive. Oh, the rocket from Bongo ends the team fight, picks up the double kill. BKB flashes away, tagged by the Zap, and Bongo makes it a 4-4 for nothing. Plus the Otacon Spire coming out way in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a major, major win. And it's going to give them those level advantage to start getting their MR up where this Ziggs is just going to stop like a one-shotting them from everything. This is hopefully going to lead into them getting able to be out on the map to get some pressure and get this Dragon Soul. Because I'm pretty sure with 1 or 2 of these dragons, they're going to start winning super, super hard when it comes to some of these extended skirmishes. And look at the items just coming in. Jinx now has her Infinity Edge. We see the double burn items now done for Hui and this needlessly large rod in his inventory. And Discrepancy is just so far ahead of his team. He just needs to wait for CZI or someone to be the one going in first. That's 3 times in a row now that he has just been too far forward.
Yeah, all right. I mean, it's a massive lead for the Spire at this point, but they still have a little bit of an unorthodox composition here when it comes to the 5v5 team fighting. Still going to be kind of tricky to execute, but Synthwave has been playing these fights out pretty well, just locked onto this Sivir, targeting Spaghetti with the ultimate. And Spaghetti has not really had an answer, not really had a way to survive in those situations. Spire playing this out patiently. The Dragon's going to release again. Avi going down low, puts up the Unbreakable, blocks the rocket. 3-man Cyclone. They've taken down the jungler as XV Gluttony may have just found their fight. Synthwave was looking for the angle again, but nobody's able to follow up this time around. The Camille just going to get taken out. It was a trade of junglers, though, as Discrepancy did not have a way out after going in that deep. So both junglers in the Death Chamber, as now it's Gluttony's turn with control over the river, looking towards the Dragon, making sure they're zoning out these Spire members.
Man, I don't know how BKP is playing with such confidence here. There should be no. Oh, what
Bongo in trouble. And there is the shutdown for CZI on the Ornn. Picks up his first kill of the game. And what a kill it is.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 3v3 at the end there, right? With most of the front line going down, just CZI being left. And it felt like it was a 4v3. Just the sheer presence that BKP was exuding on the Ziggs, just the ability to walk forward. He had no fear whatsoever when he saw who was left on the enemy team.
Yeah. You know, Seeker on like a sliver of health, and Camille
Yeah.
and Ivern both in the death chamber. Nothing that Wei and Jinx can really do realistically to threaten the Ziggs. He kind of outranges both of them, which is, you know, no small feat. Both of those champions do have pretty good range, but Ziggs is just a cut above.
Yeah, and we see the first Ornn upgrade of the game going on to Ziggs, going to BKP and getting that
Oh, yeah.
upgrade on the Horizon Focus.
And he is about 800 gold away from death cap right now on the Ziggs. So that is going to
Oh,
be a
God.
pretty massive 3-item spike.
Yep. And now it's just, what can you guys do, right? You had such a big lead here. You had everything, and it was just, your thought was is you were going to win off this team fight. And now we're back to the point of you need to start getting priority somewhere. And where's that going to be? It should be from Camille. It needs to be from Synthwave.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think went wrong in that last team fight? You know, obviously we kind of discussed the end of it where BKP kind of just took over down the stretch in that fight. But, I mean, they just gotten the Otacon. They had a huge gold lead before that fight. Like, they should have been able to set that up, you know, properly to come out on top for the side of the Spire, right? So where do you think things actually went wrong for them?
I think where things went wrong is they were utilizing their points of power at the wrong times, right? Like Daisy was getting a whole bunch of damage and got that knock up onto Avi and things like that. And it wasn't until Daisy was dead that they started the fight actually in truth, that it wasn't a 6v5 anymore, but it was that actual 5v5, that the points were going in at different times. You know, Synthwave went in and was looking for the backline on his team when all of his team was looking to get away because they had used, you know, their disengage tools because CZI had blown the Ornn horn. I think it's just they're on different points right now.
Yeah, it was a really nice engage from Discrepancy as well on the Wukong that kind of,
Yeah.
it felt like he was just, it was like a battle between Discrepancy and Synthwave in terms of who's going to find the angle to engage first. And it was the Wukong just able to find that 3-man knockup. Kind of felt like it forced Synthwave, or it made Synthwave feel like he had to go in at that moment to try to prevent the rest of Gluttony from following up on that Wukong engage. But yeah, at that point, it just felt like it was kind of already too late, maybe.
Yeah, and now it's just this point of they don't have anything going for them, right? Like both of these top laners are just looking with their TPs to look for like sideline plays towards this Baron that spawned. And I need to see something come out from Synthwave. If you're gonna play Camille and look for the round 5 counter pick, like you have to do something with this pick. He's 0-2-6. He's basically just concluded that CZI is not dying anymore after he's built these items. And I just don't see him doing anything. Like he hasn't gotten almost any tower damage this game at all, right? The tier 1's still pretty healthy in top lane. This tier 2 down here in the bot lane hasn't been touched. I just need to see Synthwave just get something done with this lead, because BKP is like taking over towards this mid lane here. It feels like, you know, despite the fact that Eros hasn't died here, just look at that bomb damage. That's disgusting.
Yeah, bit of a war crime.
Yeah.
There from the Ziggs. He does enjoy them very much. Yeah, it feels like for the side of the Spire, now they're running out of time. Mountain Soul going to be a possibility in just over a minute here. And for the Gluttony, they even have options, right? They could even forego this Mountain Dragon if they would like to just focus the Baron instead. We know that they're a team that can utilize Baron buff extremely effectively. And when they even have a Ziggs as well, it might just be game ending.
Yeah, I
So
think
now-
Synthwave here just needs to look for a play on the Ziggs, right? Like, you can kill this guy super easily. You both have flash. It's just, I really feel like you have to chump check him. You need to do the hookshot E thing and see if he respects your flash, and if he doesn't, you just need to try and kill him.
Yeah. Well, not going to be able to find the angle right now. BKP has gone for the reset. Going to be joining up with the team in anticipation of this Mountain Soul fight. You can see Gluttony moving into the river now, clearing out all of this Vision Seeker. Going to find the combo onto Wukong, but
Oh god, the
not really
damage
gonna
from
be
the
enough.
Ziggs ult is already
Oh,
chunked
wow.
Bongo out by like a third. But
and Althar has
this-
the flash.
yeah, Synthwave is getting his time now, right? He is on this top lane tier 2 with his Trinity done and everything. So this top lane tier 2 should
Lane?
go down.
It's too late. You're giving up Mountain Soul for this.
Soul,
It's not even
yeah.
worth it.
Yeah, but that's exactly right. Like
I mean, I guess you're
Arrows should die there.
I
I
think he's
can't
just
believe
dead.
he did.
Yeah, another bomb.
Oh.
Just going to bleed out. Oh, the redemption going to keep the way alive, but that's just...
Yeah.
Mountain Soul is going to be taken now. Oh, the Forge God going to come out for CZI. Connects it onto the Jinx. Glacial Fisher there to follow up. Synthwave desperately trying to dive in front, but the Stinks Bomb cannot be blocked, cannot be stopped. BKB going to flash over the wall into the rest of the enemy team by himself, just looking to run down these members, which forced to retreat back into the forest, forced to consider his options, I think, for game number 3.
Yep. And that looks like it'll be it. Baron gonna get secured now from the side of XSV. Mid lane tier 1 goes down. You know, the only game-ending buff they do not have to get to them is new guy. Atacon has been slain for the side of Spire. But holy, is this a gold lead now? You know, it's not that big in like the terms of like the actual gold lead. You know, you only see that 1800, but 3 Mountain Drakes is a lot of golden stats on this Ornn. How much armor? Can I get a check for CZI?
Oh,
is it at 350, I want to say?
Oh, decent guess there, Storm, but is just a little bit higher than that. We're actually 409 at the moment.
Okay,
Armor,
yeah.
Bjorn. Yeah. You're pretty close.
Yeah,
though.
that's pretty good. I think that's enough to stop Synthwave from hurting him very much and from Obongo, despite having his Giant Slayer done.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's okay.
Oh.
Well, Bongo at least able to get out of the sweet spot that time, so didn't take his entire health bar in damage, but just a good chunk of it. Synthwave is gonna hookshot into Avi. But they're actually looking for arrows, who immediately has to flash over the wall. Glacial Fisher can get a lockdown onto that Camille as well. Synthwave also has to flash, and then goes Discrepancy. Gonna find them both with the Cyclone. And now Seeker is here just to see the ruins. Oh, Bongo just completely left out to dry off on the side. And it's the Spire just completely falling to pieces. I mean, the game was already over, but that was an especially demoralizing way to lose, I think. That last, you can't even really call it a fight, can you?
No.
They did kill Spaghetti, though, actually. I didn't see how Spaghetti died, but...
I think that was what they committed for, right? We see Camille doesn't have flash recently, so I'm pretty sure we went for an E hookshot flash on or something.
Pretty valiant here from Seeker, trying to deny the minion wave from coming in, but Ornn is just like 7 minion waves by himself at this point.
Yeah, I think he can tank these towers for a little while longer.
Yeah. So that is going to do it. The game did last a little bit longer this time around. They did make it to 33.5 minutes for the side of the Spire, but in the end, it feels like another pretty one-sided victory. I mean, like, yeah, my camera's still gonna be broken for now, production. So it's okay. I'm gonna try changing the port after we go to the next break. But yeah, there were like a couple of moments for the Spire in this game, at least, where they got that big fight around the Otacon. I felt like maybe they were going to be able to make something happen. But the fight immediately afterwards, Gluttony just took the game away from them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a clear MVP, and it is BKP. That man did 46k damage. That is 20k more damage than anyone else in the game. Did he outdamage his entire team combined? Almost. He was like 3k off of that. What a monstrous performance. Geneva Convention be damned. Ziggs rains hell from above. That was so well played by him on that Ziggs. And Arrows only died once to him. Like, he still was managing to keep even. I think Bongo also had like a pretty decent game, but I'm really just going to call it as I say it. And like I said, Synthwave, you need to win this game with round 5 Camille, and you did not do that. That was not a good Camille game at all.
No, yeah, Synthwave wasn't really able to get anything going. Did have those couple of fights where he was able to get on top of Spaghetti and they were able to take down the Sivir, but you don't pick Camille to win 5v5s. Even when you're playing them well enough, it wasn't enough to actually get Spire over the line in this one. But definitely, I think an honorable mention to CZI for completely, shutting down what Synthwave was trying to do on this Camille. But definitely, obviously, I do agree that we do have to give the POG to BKP for that Ziggs performance. Was just a monster on the pick. Did a crazy amount of damage and made the game very easy for his team to play, you could say. I guess that's it for our game 2. The Spire now up against it, 1 loss away from elimination. They need to figure something out and figure it out very soon, Storm. Any other final thoughts before the break?
No, I mean, if time keeps on going, this means the next Spire game is going to get to 38 minutes, and that means that they can just randomly flip a fight and win the game if it gets to that late.
Very true. Hopefully the games don't end up going too long because our producer does have a chemistry exam in like 2 hours or whatever. So we'll see how it goes. We're going to go into the break and then we'll be back for game 3. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are moments away from getting into our Game 3 draft between XSV Gluttony and Moonlight Spire. It was a very one-sided Game 1 for Gluttony. It was a little bit of a closer competition in Game 2, where the Spire did have a couple of moments where it looked like they were maybe going to be able to make something happen. But 2-0 up now for the defending champs. What are we expecting from the Spire here in this Game 3 draft, Storm?
I am really hoping that they are able to take some winning lanes and to just play proactively. You've kind of gone the axis, right? We're going to play full late game and we're going to scale and we're going to go that way. And then they kind of ticked in the mid lane and they were like, oh, this game we're going to be like around like team fighting and things like that. And they had that weird like split push strategy. Just index into early game. Just try it. Everything else has failed. Just see it. You got to try it, I feel like is the only way to say it in my mind, right?
Yeah.
Try playing something weird. Go for some early game cheese. Try and see if you're able to build some momentum that way, because it's a great way to feel better about a series, right? And to get your mental back going is getting some early big leads and being able to transition it.
Well, it looks like our bans are going to be identical to what we saw in game number 2.
Yep.
I wonder if they're going to save that R5 pick for Synthwave again. Maybe they try giving it to Eros this time around. I know that hurts your top laner Heartstorm, but...
Yeah, I mean, did Synthwave deserve it after that performance? I don't think so. Eros played amazingly on his way blind pick, so... But I just feel like it's just, you gotta pick something aggressive in the jungle for Witch at Black Mask, and it kind of needs to come from them. That is a call out of something I was about to say, is I feel like if XSV slams something kind of weak, you can look for like a Kate Morgana bot lane or something along those lines. And the enemy team has first picked Caitlyn. Okay,
Interesting.
what are we gonna take into Caitlyn?
Yeah, this is
Are
already
we-
throwing a bit of a wrench into our early game plan. It's tough to play the
Yeah.
early game against Caitlyn. Okay.
Varus? Okay, he can do that. He can beat it.
Yeah.
He can beat Caitlyn.
Yeah, you can match the range with your Qs. I wonder if we're going to see the lethality version of the Varus just to try to get control over that lane.
I'm unsure. I'm a lethality Varus hater. And always have been and probably always will be. That I think on hit Varus is good because he's almost like Kog'Maw.
This guy and his Kog'Maw. Yeah, I feel like you need to get yourself like a Kog'Maw poster to hang in the background for next season, Storm. Like
Yeah.
right next to Katarina there. Just
Yeah.
like a little Kog'Maw poster with little hearts next to it. Like,
Yeah.
that's what we need. The Karma is going to come out alongside the Varus, so that is, definitely reinforcing this idea that we're going to be fighting for bot lane prio this game. The Seraphine going to come out for Avi's. So, I think we may have seen him on this before. I can't quite remember right now. Not
I was
one
about
of
to
the
say
most played champs.
Seraphine is still not a mid laner, right? This isn't a flex anymore. She's just firmly support jailed, correct? Right?
And I think you could play her mid lane if you wanted to. Notably, remember Saren? He was a big Seraphine made enjoyer.
Yeah. Okay. She has 4,000 matches played in mid lane. That's incredible. Like when I looked at a stats site.
What, like total for like
Yeah,
globally,
for this
or,
patch.
Like, what?
For this patch, Emerald Plus, she has 4,000 matches. And support, she has 75,000.
Uh-huh.
So
yeah,
she's a support. Okay. Good to know.
yeah. Yeah.
Mordekaiser coming in for Synthwave, just laying it down, going, I'm gonna play and I'm gonna win. It is good into Jax, I will say. I don't think it's great into Jax because he can dodge your auto attacks, which means it's harder to get your passive off. But I'm kind of thinking more that this is a Jax jungle. I didn't think it was just top lane, but maybe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Malphite.
Know.
All right. Those, I think Mordekaiser's jungle still is a thing as well, right? So
it is. It's viable for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this is the flex. I think Malphite's really good into Jax. I really like that matchup. So I think you just kind of match wherever Jax goes. Malphite just kind of follows him. If it's Jax jungle, you play Malphite jungle. If it's Jax top, you play Malphite top.
Yeah.
Or Mordekaiser just gets a good matchup into somebody. I like Malphite into Set as well.
Okay.
As
Set
long as
jungle
you aren't-
also viable.
Is it?
Not really. I mean, kind of.
Okay.
I think he was maybe one of the ones that got like adjusted to become I'm not 100%.
I don't
sure.
think so. I think it was Cho'Gath, Aatrox, Riven, Fizz. I remember got them. And Pantheon, or sorry,
Not the fumble.
Malphite. Yeah. Yeah, the Fizz jungle is definitely a fumble. That one is. Don't pick that one. A Nivea blind pick. Surely we punish this.
Oh,
Oh
whoa.
Jesus Christ!
All right.
Just
Arrows,
lock in. Look
time to
at
shine.
just
What do you got?
there. You just play an 80 assassin or something, or like you pick Vel'Koz.
Yeah.
There's so many. Nivea is so bad blind. I think.
All right. Okay.
Oh my God, we picked. Nope, that champion's shit into Anivia. Anivia counters
Oh, no.
Victor. I'm almost certain.
Well, that is not doing a lot for my confidence in the Spire's draft, Storm. I gotta say, that is sad news.
Yeah, this is a very heavily Anivia favored matchup.
I will say that we do have two very immobile carries here on the side of XSV Gluttony against a Malphite. So that is maybe something.
My my doom and gloom answer is that who is following up on Malphite Engage? Is it a charged Varus Q? Because I don't see anything
That's
else.
exactly what it is. And a Victor E button. And potentially an R button
Oh,
as well.
yeah, that there we go. There's some other things, but yeah, I don't think this is it. I'm sad to say. I think Set is going to absolutely dog walk this team. That he is going to get poked by Varus W Varus Q and like Karma W, and then he is going to ignore
Right,
everyone
right,
and
right.
yeah, and he's just going to E someone and grit them and like one shot them. So I don't really see how their team is dealing with this set unless Mordekaiser is death roaming this guy to make sure that his team isn't dying to haymakers. Like there doesn't seem to be someone who is winning against him.
Yeah, it would be really
Like,
exciting to see a CZI on something a little bit different this game, right? It was on the
yeah,
Cassante duty in game 1 and then Ornn in game 2. So finally CZI gets to have a little bit of fun here on a bruiser champion this time around. So that'll be fun to see. And actually, now that we're on this subject, Storm, I seem to recall another CZI set game earlier this season where he like got off like a flash W play that ended the game. I don't
yeah,
remember who that was against, but I have a distinct memory of CZI set one-shotting some people in the late game.
yeah. Oh, I just yeah, I don't know who on this enemy team is. Even if CZI just goes in like a top lane and just starts like sieging a tower, who is stopping him? Like, is it Mordekaiser? Are we playing like Leandri's Mordekaiser and just like building purely to 1v1s? Because I don't know who else can even sit next to him. I guess Victor's probably safe enough when he W's his own feet and just like ease the minion wave. But
Yeah, as long as he cannot get his face broken, because then if that
yeah,
happens, then like the CC on the Victor lasts about as long as the CC on the set, and then you're still just kind of dead.
yeah,
But if he cannot get his face broken, then that could work out decently well for the Machine Herald. So we'll
yeah.
see how that goes.
I mean, I'm still of the opinion. I still think you probably want Malphite into set. I don't think you want Mordekaiser into set. This is one of those like things of like you can play this matchup, and it's like it's really skill intensive, right? Because it's who saves their abilities, right? Because you can Mordekaiser pull set out of his W, right? The sweet spot that you can move him so he doesn't hit you with the haymaker like true damage, and you can W shield when he uses his W, right? So like it is like a winning lane in that sense, and like when you are both pre-6, like you both have like a lot of damage, and Mordekaiser can like win it out. But it is also the case of like if someone in this lane matchup falls behind, they are going to be behind the entire game. Like you don't come back from this matchup. It's like you get snowballed on and you just lose. It's like the Aatrox. It's like playing as Darius type thing, right? Of once you're behind versus Darius, you just stay behind. It doesn't really matter how many times your jungler ganks you or whatever. Once Darius establishes a lead, he just has that lead, and I feel like that's going to be true no matter who's on top in this lane matchup in top lane.
Yeah, definitely need to see a little bit of redemption for Mr. Danny Phantom in this game, I think. Had that really kind of rough performance in game 2 on the Camille, where he kind of took all the draft resources with that R5 pick and wasn't able to capitalize on it. Now, picked a little bit earlier, obviously, this time around, but a very volatile matchup with this Mordekaiser against the set. So feels like he's definitely going to need to hold his own up there at the very least if the Spire is going to have any chance of getting on the board in this series. I am really excited to see Witch on the Malphite. I'm curious to see what kind of build we're going to go for. Obviously, kind of hoping for the tank build, I think. But maybe he's feeling the pressure and it's just like, I need to be another carry threat to like try to get us over the line. I don't know. It feels like that would maybe be the wrong call to go towards that AP build, but I don't know. It depends on how Witch is feeling about, his team's performance and just the way that these games have been playing out.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else. I think we can send it here to a pretty short break and let you guys get all synced up before we get into this game.
Yeah, sounds good. Spire up against it right now. They need to turn things around right here to keep their season alive. XSV Gluttony one nexus away from a semifinals berth. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 3. All right, everybody, here we go on the Rift for game number 3. XSV Gluttony up 2-0 on the blue side once again. Looking for the clean sweep here in the quarterfinals. On the other side, Moonlight Spire, the Season 12 champions, trying to stabilize after a couple of tough losses to start out the series. Witch on the Malphite jungle, taking the Summoner Spellbook Storm. Thoughts there?
I was about to say, why does our jungle Malphite have spellbook? Pretty sure you're supposed to have PTA on this champion.
PT press the attack on Malphite?
Yeah. Yeah, Malphite jungle takes PTA. That used to be a thing in top lane that you would take into like the lane matchups where you just want to brawl. Your W is an auto reset and it does a lot of damage. I've even seen like people building like hexplate on this champion, just for like getting your ult off more and stuff like that, and still like being a fighter. I think that's pretty good if you don't want to be doing like the full tank thing. I think this AP thing is like pure troll, but
Yeah,
we'll see
yeah.
how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to go for as far as the build is concerned. The Spellbook definitely an unorthodox choice, but
Yeah.
maybe it will be able to work out for him. As really, I think we need to have a heavy focus on the bot lane in terms of these early levels. Both teams really drafting heavily around trying to get the push in this 2v2. We can see Spaghetti and Avi coming out on top for the first couple of waves here, and that's a nice combo onto Seeker. The Karma down to just a couple of hundred. Well, Avi, I believe, did take a turret shot there as well.
Yeah, he did, which definitely evened that trade out pretty well. But I always kind of just in my head have, you know, Varus Karma as just the lane you don't want to play up against. Like in my head of like, oh, that's so gross. I hate this. Like I hate my life down in bot lane. But Seraphine, Caitlyn definitely seems to be doing them in early right now.
Yeah. The top laners as well. You know, you highlighted for us. That could be a very volatile matchup. CZI finding a nice haymaker there to come out on top of that trade. Both junglers are going to be pathing down towards this bot lane to start off game number 3. So
Yeah.
we'll see if Witch is going to be able to have any kind of impact. You know, Malphite jungle, not the greatest early ganks. And definitely one of those champions, if you're jungling with him, kind of need the ultimate.
Yeah, can you check for me? What skills has Malphite Jungle taken? Are we 2 points in W or have we taken Q?
Are indeed 2 points in W, yes.
Thank God. All right. Because
And
if
as you can
people
see,
don't know, sorry.
Just
Go
gonna say
ahead.
faster on that early clear. First into the river is
Yeah.
Witch, thanks to those 2 points in the W. Gets the crap.
Yeah, that is the ability that does do buff damage to jungle camps. If people don't
Yep.
know, that's why you take it, and that's why a lot of your AP jungle Malphites in your solo queue games are feeding, is because they are taking Q and trying to max it while playing in the jungle.
That is very, very wrong. It
Yeah.
saddens me, but does not surprise me to hear that people are doing that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
There's a
Discrepancy can be able to make it into that topside river and secure some shellfish of his own.
yeah.
And
So-
CCI has all of the priority in the world to allow him to do that very safely.
It's Bommy's Cinder, so this is tank.
Okay,
Despite
beautiful.
taking Spellbook. Just wanting some of those extra combat sums, I guess. Kind of makes sense. None of the like actual physical tank stats are all that great on Malphite Jungle. Like you can't really utilize crafts because you're jungling. Aftershock you can only proc when you ult and people are knocked up anyway, so you don't really utilize the armor all that much. It basically just is glorified E damage on Malphite. So I can see taking Spellbook. It's kind of like that Drac of all trades thing, but I think just taking PTA and stuff like that just gives you better like rune choices and gives you some like additional utilization. But be interested to see how this goes. Is that Biscuits? Is that the cute little gingerbread man?
No, that in Malphite's inventory or the Varus
No.
inventory, right?
The Varus inventory.
Yeah, that is biscuits. Yeah.
Okay, just double checking. Will say this is a pretty sizable CS lead down here for Spaghetti right now. It's like 15 CS.
Oh, BF sword on the first base, so it's gonna feel
Yeah.
amazing for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, not having to
First
buy that
Dragon Alive.
yucky, yeah, that yucky Scout Sing shot item. Ew.
What item? Oh, the
Scout,
slingshot?
yeah, the Scout
Yeah,
Sling
yeah.
shot, the worst item I've ever seen. The item with a 45-second cooldown.
That's crazy. I didn't even realize it was that
Yeah,
long. Yeah, it builds into Yuntals, I believe, right? That's why people build it
yeah,
early.
yeah.
So
It's like the item that ADCs are forced to buy for some reason.
Well, thankfully, it looks like both of our AD carries are going to be able to avoid that one, at least for now, as it is
Yep.
indeed going to be that Lethality Varus as we predicted. For Bongo, got that early tier as he comes off first recall. Dragon not going to be started up yet by either side. Both junglers just going for their second recalls after the second clear. Exactly even right now, as we can see in that jungle CS, as they make their way back out onto the map towards the top side. Grub's going to be coming up in a little over a minute. We can see Witch, still not level 6, but moving in the general direction of this top lane right now. Synthwave could go for the Death Realm if he would like to.
Yeah, he should have just used it earlier, I think. And then just had that, gank setup extraordinaire of your opponent is locked in there for 7 seconds with you, or however long it is. I think it's longer than that, actually, but...
See, Witch is tabbed over to the Exhaust right now with the spell book, but not able to find a use for it quite yet.
Yeah, that would have been certainly interesting. Exhaust the set as he's trying to walk away so that he gets slowed. I could see it.
Yeah, a possibility. But they weren't able to keep CZI far enough up in the lane for long enough.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how he's going to cycle that is now my worry.
Right. Because now you have to use it, right? There's no way to get rid of the Exhaust without using it.
Yeah, you have to use it.
Hopefully that's going to be able to happen soon. I don't think he used the flash either. Like, he's going to have flash whenever the Exhaust is gotten rid of.
Just more damage coming out from Spaghetti down there. Look at Seeker's HP bar, bro. That's just getting hit by an E into, like, a headshot into another natural headshot.
I can see the Karma has already been forced to give up some experience, as Avi has that level 6 advantage over his counterparts. So, Discrepancy not going to get pulled in by the Mordekaiser. Jumps in now with the Leap Strike. CZI here as well. Discrepancy going to find that ultimate onto 2. There is the Death Realm finally going to come out for Synthwave. Discrepancy trying to retreat. Flashes away from the Obliterate. Now he's going to be in a tough spot as he comes out, jumps back over to the mid laner, and CZI finds 3 with the Face Breaker, the massive ultimate as well, but it's the trade back as Eros, untouched on the Victor, has the really nice Casper doing a lot of damage, but it's Avi on the roam, finds 2 with the Encore, and it's the XSV bot lane turning the play around. They come out 3 for 1. Seeker low as well. The Karma will be able to get away. That looks like it might have been a huge fight for the Spire top side, but they did not anticipate the earlier rotation of the Gluttony bot duo.
Yeah, I think that was really the thing that turned around, but Synthwave is TP'd back here. That's okay. Does he get anything here, or is he just gonna die?
Nice E. The beat drop, though, for the slow is gonna be that Discrepancy is pretty low on this. Jax has to be... Oh, my goodness. That was a lot of damage from the Anivia.
Oh, Bongo's on the wrong side of the map, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he is looking like in the wrong place. And Witch, no ultimate right now on this Malphite. It was already used. Bongo, at least he's going to be able to join up with the team. The Haymaker's not enough. The Varus will live. And it looks like, in fact, everybody is going to live. As the fight dissipates. Dragon is still alive. We're 10 minutes into the game. Nobody's taken the first dragon yet this time around, but all 3 grubs did go to the Gluttons.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big lead for them, especially Synthwave losing that big-ass wave that's getting crashed into his tower right now, I think is also pretty big. But we do see he does have like a 20 CS lead over CZI.
BKP barely gets off the gravity well, but is forced to flash away from the Karma tether. Flapping away, the flash over the Flash Frost for Eros. Puts down another W, and BKP nowhere to go. No egg. That bird is scrambled. Shut down over to Eros. That's 2 now on the Victor.
Okay, I was really critical of this Victor pick here for Eros, but it has the 2 kills for his team. You're gonna have to do some pretty heavy lifting here, I feel, as this game's gonna get later and later.
Yeah, it does feel like it's going to have to be Eros who kind of steps up, right? We kind of highlighted it even at the beginning of the stream, right? Where we were talking about BKP is this massive threat on the side of Gluttony, and Eros is going to kind of need to rise to the occasion to match him for the Spire to have a chance. And, BKP has just had such amazing laning phases the past couple of games. It's been really difficult for Eros to have that same level of impact, but off to a pretty decent start here in Game 3. But you can see that Rod of Ages is already done for the the side of BKP. So
Yeah.
still in a pretty good spot on his end as well. We did see that first dragon go over to the Spire. So they're going to be able to even up those early neutrals. You can see Seeker now on the
BKP's
roam.
dead
BKP,
again.
no flash. He absolutely is. They should be able to give this kill over to Victor as well. Beautiful. Has that Dark Seal even in inventory for the Victor, but this does mean that bot lane is bleeding. It's a lot of gold over to Spaghetti. Bongo, nothing he can do in the 1v2 down here.
Yeah, but
Now the collapse, the flash R's flash away for Spaghetti. Good reaction there, but is it enough? The flash R from which the charm is there, but Spaghetti is still dead. And Avi now has to flash, get back underneath the turret, and the Seraphine's going to get taken down as well. Discrepancies found Eros a really nice gravity well, stuns up the Jax, and Victor are going to be able to just walk away from that one. Nice punch back for the Spire. They do narrowly take the gold lead.
yeah, and it's big for them, right? They've lost the first kind of objective in terms of grubs, which is something really big for this Caitlyn, but Caitlyn's been held to bot lane, right? It hasn't been able to rotate and get plates in additional spots or anything like that. We haven't seen kind of this collapse of the tier 1 tower, so it should be able to survive even if a Rift Herald goes over here, and it's 3 minutes on Dragon, and it's something that they should be ready for, right? With Summoner Spellbook, you have those additional spell cooldowns that Witch might even be able to have his flash up again, whereas Spaghetti's probably not going to have his for this dragon fight. So that's something that they can look for.
That is really big. Yeah, no flash on the Caitlyn. It's fantastic that you point that out. BKP, I believe, will have it back. It's going to be pretty close for the Anivia. There's the death run for Synthwave. CZI going to answer with the Haymaker, but still in a little bit of trouble here. There is the Showstopper. Is going to come out, sidesteps that second Q with the Mordekaiser passive still. CZI is not going to get the W back in time. And a nice solo kill for Synthwave. The other Spire solo laner also stepping up here in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Synthwave is just not
That
able
disruption
to.
is going to miss. Spaghetti with the net. Dodges away from the piercing arrow as well. Seeker going down low. But Spaghetti taking some damage as well. Not going to be able to reaggress. The rotation down now from Arrows and Witch. Spotted out by the bot lane of XSV, and they back away in time.
Yeah, and we see that Synthwave is even just starting to walk mid lane. Like, he is ready to scrap and get ready to fight for this next objective here. He knows that his team needs him to be there for this objective. And this is kind of that thing of you're ahead now in this top lane isolated 1v1. So he should start winning it super, super hard, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a 30 CS lead for this Mordekaiser here. There's a level lead, and it's just going to continue to grow and grow. And it's not going to equalize out for a really, really long time. We even see the
absolutely.
freezes set up here. Oh, man, this is rough for CZI.
Down 30 CS. It's a monumental lead for Synthwave on that Mord. And now here comes Witch in the bot lane. Malphite ultimate onto the Seraphine. No flash for Avi. No chance. Just immediately taken down. Kill number 1 for Bongo.
Yep. Seeker did burn their own flash there, trying to get that tether onto Spaghetti, but was able to just run out. We do see that Spaghetti has noticed that he is going to be Malphite ult targets, so he has bought Lucidity boots so that he can get his flash back faster.
Interesting attack there.
Yeah, that is wild to see.
Arrow's under a little bit of threat here in the mid lane, but Discrepancy and BKB not able to lock down that Victor. Dragon spawning now, 10 seconds away for our next dragon. Bot Prio is there for the Spire. Mid Prio pretty even.
Mm-hmm.
Nice word in the line brush there for the Spire as they're trying to keep Discrepancy and BKP at bay. Rotation up
Yeah,
for
and getting
Avi.
a really
Seraphine burning
big
up.
chunk
Discrepancy
onto this
forced to jump
Jax.
away. Absolutely, but a nice root from the Seraphine means Secret now in a little bit of trouble. Discrepancy going back in pretty aggressively, extremely low now, but jumps out of the Chaos Storm. Bongo, a nice arrow, gets good damage onto 2. Now Avi trying to limp away the Death's Grasp. It pulls in the set! who immediately turns it around, finds the Haymaker to take out the jungler, but Synthwave gonna answer back, obliterates the enemy. Top Avi now taken down as well, and Discrepancy still so low. The flash in for Synthwave, the flash away for Maddie staying alive. Discrepancy really didn't need to go back in there. And the arrow from max range, Bongo takes down Maddie. Double kill for the lethality Varus, and BKP has nothing left in the tank, forced to flash away from the death ray, and it's a decisive team fight win. 4-for-2, Spire on top.
Yeah, and they probably get this dragon as well. BKP is so far out of it. Discrepancy isn't alive, and we do see Witch is beelining right for this, even burning their teleport here from Eros just to ensure that they get this. I think this is a pretty big win for them. You see Synthwave has now got his first item fully completed, even getting towards his second, whereas we haven't even got, like, you know, the boots finished now for CZI, having that stride breaker done. But I like this kind of play from Discrepancy, really kind of pushing it, you know, really going in and out and trying to dodge back in and out of those fights. I want to see more from that with this Jax, really utilizing his Q and leap strike to its full effect, because I feel like that's the way he's got to play this game. He's going to be one of the main people on this front line.
Great corruption can connect on a Spaghetti, who wanted the turret and is just going to die for it. 4 kills now for Bongo. Herald started up by the rest of Gluttony on this top side. The smite is good from Discrepancy, but the Jax is going to be going down here as well. So Gluttony feels like getting a little bit sloppy here, giving over some kills in exchange for these objectives. At least they're not giving over the kills for free, but still, Spire relatively happy, I think, with that sequence.
Yeah, gonna get some counter jungling done, gonna get this tier 1 tower as well, which is kind of generally the reward you get for killing Herald, right? It generally just is used to kill that tier 1 tower in mid lane. You know, they should be able to transition this into top lane tier 1 as well. I feel don't even have to use Herald for it. They should just be able to walk,
Yeah.
and CZI knows he has to leave here. So
Yeah,
that's
good
all the
respect to
outer
CZI.
towers. Should be going down. They should be able to start pressuring towards bot lane now as well with this Herald and stuff. Oh, sorry. They don't have Herald. That's on the side of Jax. He did die for it. A mistake.
No worries, all good, all good. Yeah, it is about a 3,500 gold lead now for the Spire. You're in game 3. The Herald is going to charge into the mid tier 1. So that is going to be a little bit of gold back now for Gluttony. Going to go for the second drive here. Does go for a little bit of an adjustment. Calls an audible there. Does Discrepancy. Gets the drive through the jungle very nicely into that top tier 1.
Yeah,
So a little bit of
that was some
redemption for
fantastic
Discrepancy.
drifting. Yeah. Oh, Avi is dead.
Yeah, the Tether's going to be there. Really nice encore. Gets the charm on it too, but Witch still has the ultimate. Where is the Unstoppable Force going to go? Finds it onto 3. There it is. The piercing arrow going to be there to follow up. Discrepancy going to have another jump pretty soon, but not soon enough. The mace comes down. Showstopper to maybe turn it around. And it's
BKP's her
up on the
first.
side as well. It's Synthwave is trapped. CZI now in the death realm. Should be a free kill onto the set. And it is. And Spaghetti and Avia walked back up. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. I think maybe they were going to be able to help CZI out on the exit, but it is in the end just going to be a complete wipe. Moonlight, Spire take the 5-for-1 massive team fight win, and they're going to get another new guy.
Yeah, and that should, you know, it's got to feel like they're starting to get to this point where they're getting the stomp in they've been having. You know, XSV have been just getting the better of them time and time again, but these Malphite ults from Witch have been backbreaking, just constantly getting multiple carries over and over again. Despite the fact that Eros was so late to that fight, he was still able to finish off Spaghetti there and get something done. And yeah, BKP and Spaghetti are just not in this game. They are just so far away from being effective. You know, we don't even see an Infinity Edge coming through for this. Caitlyn is instead forced to rush towards this. I'm pretty sure that's the last Whisper components, right? Giant Slayer coming through for Spaghetti here.
Yeah, could be right there. Not completely sure, but I mean, it would make sense into the full tank Malphite, right? You kind of do need to. Somebody's gonna need to kill that guy.
Yeah.
And Anivia just doesn't do it quick enough, especially with a Canic Rooker. Nice coming through for Witch. That's like the Anivia would really be the main threat, but with that extra magic resist, and the Malphite just feels like he can do whatever he wants.
Yep. You did see him swap to that ghost there in that last fight, so that's how he was able to get into range and get on top of them so easily. And yeah, just going to continue to just kind of waddle around the rift, and the world's his oyster right now.
Absolutely. Now the third dragon is spawning. It is our third consecutive Mountain Soul Storm.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy at this point, everyone. You should at Riot and ask them why they have made it so that all tournament realm games have mountain dragons on this patch. It's 3 for 3 so far.
I would rather have all Mountain Souls than like all Chemtech or all Ocean Souls.
Yeah. I mean, I think Mountain Soul is really powerful. I just think the like transformation to the Rift is really boring that it does. Discrepancy's gonna die here, isn't he? Is he?
Yeah, you do not win this. He's gonna flash over the wall.
Yeah.
Oh. Synthwave gonna say.
How do you do?
Yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me, kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, I'm being ganked. Oh wait, I'm Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Also, not a good look for Discrepancy there. Just another time of him mistiming his like E stun. I've noticed he isn't like buffering it to like CCs. You know, the gravity wells from Victor, he was getting stunned and maintaining the animation instead of just trying to do that. CZI looking for a play here.
They are on top of Bongo. Never mind, he flashes away. The showstopper gets back on top of Bongo. The haymaker, it's not enough. The shield is there for Seeker, keeps the AD carry on his fate, and so much expended there for the Gluttony. Laners are not
Arrows
able to
are
get
coming
anything
in
for it. BKP gonna be left for dead. Although the Victor did also go down there, an ace in the hole, I guess, coming out from Spaghetti or something.
Yeah.
Able to take down that Victor.
Oh, that was such a greedy recall spot. I'm so glad that Obongo didn't just randomly die there, because that would have been really, really bad. But yeah, it's 3.5 minutes to your guys' soul. All they have to do is basically just go for that. Like, as long as they're there and willing to fight for it, I think this game is theirs. They do have, Baron spawning before then, so they can look to trade it if they want to. But I think it's just the correct play of just go secure your soul. Make sure that you're stronger, then you can start looking towards this Baron, and as soon as somebody walks up, you just lay down the gravity well, and you just wait for Malphite to be able to land this unstoppable force onto someone who just pokes their head out a little bit too far.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see some third item completions coming through pretty soon for both Eros and for Bongo. So those are going to be some pretty big spikes. So, obviously they're going to have an item advantage over the carries on the other side at that point. So there is going to be a little bit of a window there where, like, I wouldn't mind, if they could try and set up an aggressive position around Baron and look to take it. But if both objectives are on the map, then I definitely agree. Just look for the Mountain Soul first. Then once you have that, then the fights should just be unwinnable for Gluttony.
Yeah. Set is still pretty homeless right now as CZI. Just knows that he cannot side lane against Mordekaiser whatsoever. So he is just forced to kind of be like randomly with his team, just looking for like flash plays and trying to be support Set, but with money.
Not that much money,
Yeah.
unfortunately. He is, 3,000 gold behind this game, just in that top lane 1v1. That's more than half the gold lead for the entire team.
Yeah.
On Synthwave, you see that maxed out bounty on the Mordekaiser and on Bongo as well.
Mm-hmm. And Bongo has gone for this Edge of Night to keep himself safe. It's really hard for pretty much anyone to break that on the side of XSV. There's no real long-range abilities. Maybe a Caitlyn Q or something is the way to take that off, but I don't see a lot of other ways they're going to be able to take that Edge of Night off, and it should give him safety from these flash E's from CZI that he's been looking for, a Discrepancy going forward with some sort of E as well to try and land that counter-strike. Oh, but it does fade there. Okay, so we have a minute now till dragon spawning. And we see XSV are the ones who are starting to push and try and get this set up, get their Fnatic Death Rush going. Discrepancy kind of the only one doing this, whereas Synthwave and Eros know that they are the ones that can dictate the pace, and they are the ones looking towards the sides to get something done here.
Brilliant
Discrepancy
pop.
going.
Discrepancy diving forward aggressively. 2 levels down on that enemy mid laner. They're also not under any real threat. Blue
Yeah,
buff
and we
being
see
targeted right.
Synthwave just joining his team now. Had that time from pushing that top wave in. CZI still has not started channeling teleport. There it is coming through. And this is going to be the full 5v5.
Teleport available for Eros as well, with Victor not looking for that one just yet. Still 20 seconds on the Dragon, so honestly, maybe a little bit of a premature teleport from CZI. How does Spire want to play this? Discrepancy, a bit caught out, has to flash away from the Death's Grasp.
Oh, look at this.
Now
Oh my god, he's Eros is dead!
Arrows. The Victor is dead immediately, which does find the ult onto 2, but it might be the fight that XSV Gluttony need. Discrepancy now is diving very, very deep, staying alive for so long, eventually will fall. Now CZI with a big showstopper to get Synthwave off the backline, and then Mordekaiser, too big to fail. Flash gun top of Spaghetti. Spaghetti flashes away, but the shield is there, and Synthwave will finish off the last hope that Gluttony had in this game. Mountain Soul will be theirs, and we will almost certainly be going to that game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was so much closer than it had any right of being. Arrows getting caught off, and then that wall from BKP just absolutely making sure that no one was anywhere close. And we have a pause.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a sneak peek into the chat here. Apparently, there was a little bit of lag in that last fight for both teams. Eros is blaming the lag for his misposition. Just wanted to let everybody know.
Okay.
Oh, hopefully, that's not going to be too long of a pause. You know, the fact that there were internet issues on both sides kind of leads me to believe that maybe we just had like a little bit of a blip in the Riot servers or something of that nature.
Yeah, hopefully it wasn't anything bad on that end, because if it is something like that, those problems do take a while to fix, and we could be here for a bit.
Well, that would certainly not be ideal. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean, that was it's such a sad time to pause as well, because there's like nothing left to talk about anymore. Like the game was just decided. So now we're just kind of sitting here. Well, how was work today?
It was fine. Our canning line's working pretty well today. We finally got some of the kinks worked out in it. The quad packer was packing the cans perfectly, which was nice.
I love me some perfectly packed cans.
Yeah. Do you got any big Christmas plans? Any family coming in to visit or anything?
Yeah. We usually get a couple of people coming in. I got like an aunt and uncle who usually like fly in from New York. Although recently, actually, they've been spending Christmas in Florida instead. I guess that's, you know, a common thing is, you know, they're getting a little bit older now and a little bit of a stereotype, but you know, you just want the warmer weather. You know, once Christmas rolls around, then it's obviously it's already been cold for a little while, and so, you know, everybody kind of is over the cold at that point. I mean, not everybody, but.
Oh,
Are you more
I'm
like
Canadian.
a winter guy or a summer guy?
Oh, so much. I'm Canadian as it gets, crewman. Canada, winter, hockey. It's such a better time of year. I'm a big skiing person.
I'm with you. Yeah. I enjoy I would rather be too cold than too hot every time.
Yeah. I also live in a desert, technically. Like, it gets to like sorry, let me pull up the Americanized weather. whatever my Celsius is into your stupid.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
It gets to like 100 where I live, degrees Fahrenheit in the summer.
It's pretty hot.
Yeah, which is
great.
way too hot.
It usually doesn't get quite that hot here in Chicago. Usually we stay around like 90-ish, I want to say. So we do have a little bit of an update in the chat here. Let me see what's happening. Oh, they're just kind of they're just being like really cute actually in the chat.
No, that doesn't really surprise me.
Yeah, CZI says he wants a shower. I guess this game's getting kind of sweaty. Or the series, I guess I should say.
Yeah, there's definitely some tension in here now, right? It was looking like a cruise to a win, and now there's some tension, sweat creeping down your back.
Yeah, it does feel like the Spire have kind of been ramping up over the course of the
Yeah.
series, right? There's a pretty dismal showing in game number 1, and then they had a couple of moments in game 2, and now a pretty decisive win here in game 3.
Oh.
So we'll see if that is going to be a trend that continues.
Yeah, I do wonder, is some of the picks getting kind of locked out? I don't think so. There's not a lot of like really big stuff I think for them has been like kind of eliminated or anything. Smolder, I guess, being taken out is probably one of the bigger things for Bongo, and Jinx is definitely some of their like most played.
We're back.
Oh, we're back. Let's go.
We're so back, Storm. We are going to see the Spire take a Baron now.
Yeah.
And presumably end the game with said Baron. That would do a lot for my confidence in their ability to actually take the series if they can end with this Baron. I feel like their lead is big enough to where they should just be able to walk it down, right?
Yeah. Just pause going on, everyone. Don't worry. The spectator client is functioning as intended.
Or as much as anything Riot does is intended.
Yeah. Okay, we have completed our second item as CZI. There is a blood mail in our inventory. Oh,
Indeed.
yeah. So the item that's really, really good when you're ahead, and it is really, really bad when you're behind.
Usually not a second item as well, if I understand correctly the way that item works.
Yeah, normally it's like the third or fourth item that you build, and it's really disgusting. It's like kind of a capstone item in top lane on like fighter champions. But basically no one builds it other than Set, I'm pretty sure. Mundo used to build it, and then Riot decided that they don't like that champion because people just build him with Warmogs and stuff, and you don't get to interact with him very much. So generally you don't get to that point.
Just for anybody who doesn't know, because I just had to remind myself as well, the item gives you additional attack damage, up to 12% additional attack damage based on missing health. So the more, there's a showstopper from CZI, looking for the angle. There's the counter engage from the Malphite, and Spaghetti just was not allowed to play the game at all. Say goodnight to the set there as well. And BKP wasn't even here, was trying to keep this Mordekaiser at bay, which just, it was never really going to work out. And so now the game is in the process of ending. We are having another little bit of a delay here. Not entirely sure what this pause is about. But, I mean, the game, it should be over. It's pretty much over.
Yeah, they just knock down the turrets and win, right? There's nothing else to see here.
30 seconds on both the bot laners. There's no way that BKP holds by himself for 30 seconds.
Yeah, they have Baron buff, right? Like,
yeah, no chance.
It's over.
So I mean, maybe we just like exit the game? Question mark.
I'm good to go to the next draft. I feel like it's got to be over. We got a MVP talk though. We got to talk about this.
Yeah, we do, and I have my vote. Actually, it is a bit of a tough one, but I have my vote. Should I say it, or do you want to go first?
My vote's for which?
Oh, that's kind of the sleeper vote, but I like it. I do like that shout to the Malphite jungle. I mean, credit for the creativity in the draft, I think. Is that part of your thought process?
Yeah, and it was just, you needed to do something that game and like get your team into it, and he got the alts to get his team into it, right? I think that was a big thing. They got all 4 dragons. it's a jungle diff in my mind. Where was
Yeah.
your mind at?
I was thinking synthwave. So from my
Okay.
perspective, he won the 1v1 very hard. And then I felt like the Mordekaiser had a huge impact in the team fights as well, which is something that it can be difficult to do with
Yep.
Mordekaiser, right? And then, a big part of my thought process as well was just kind of like the redemption arc. I felt like
Okay.
Synthwave kind of had the toughest job after that game number 2 in terms of like bouncing back mentally. And being able to do that and have a really strong performance was kind of like my thought process. But honestly, I'm down to line up for the witch vote. The Malphite jungle coming out was a super cool pick, and he was instrumental for their success in the team fights as well.
Yeah, I'm just tempted to give it to them. I don't know how much like individual outplays like Synthwave actually had. I feel like there was a lot of times where I just saw him winning because he was already ahead. Like those Death Realm, like credit to him, he won the fights and everything like that. But like I watched some of those top lane fights where he was missing isolated Qs in the Death Realm against CZI and just won because he had 30 CS lead in a level. And I was like, you missed all 3 of your isolated Qs in the Death Realm, man. That is not a fight you should have won. But he did win them. And then once he was ahead, like that dragon fight where he came in and got like those 3 or 4 kills, had the proto belt to get over the Anivia wall. That was a sick shout from him. I don't know if anyone else caught that,
I missed that.
but
Yeah, I didn't see that at
that
all.
was super cool from him. So like I think he did play really well as the game went later and later and his confidence started growing. And I'm hope he's able to continue this throughout the series. So shouts to you, Synthwave. Hope you can do this. And
Yeah.
I don't think we really got anything else. I feel like we're gonna, take it to a break. Hopefully both teams are good to continue and we should get into draft hopefully relatively soon. Oh,
Okay. Yeah, sounds like maybe we could actually just get straight into that draft. I did want to give a quick shout out to Bongo as well. Deathless
yeah.
on Lethality Varus with the most damage in the game, 7-0 and 12, 29k in 30 minutes. Pretty solid stuff from him as well. Yeah, I mean, it really was everybody on the side of the Spire kind of stepping up in that game number 3 to get them on the board in this series. And here we go. Okay. Directly into our game 4 draft, Storm and XSV Gluttony. They're going to take back that red side.
Yep. Kind of interesting. I don't know if there's that many like big like counter pick style things left. Mordekaiser and Camille are kind of 2 of the ones that I would really think of when I'm thinking of like, ooh, that's like the really spicy counter. For Synthwave, there is like a lot more of his kind of tank style champions left. He still has Shen. He has his own. I guess Ornn is taken out from him as well. I'm kind of wondering what he has left in the tank. Most of the rest of his kit, when you look at like games played by champions, is very heavily concentrated towards Jace, Camille, Mordekaiser, Shen. There is like a smattering of other champions in there, but not a ton of stuff. So maybe we'll see a Gwen game coming out, or maybe it's Scion. Okay.
Yeah, nothing there. No Scion history, really?
He has like mastery on it, but not a lot this season.
Oh, there's the Mel is going to come out for BKP. He's taking the gloves off now. And the
Yeah.
Cho'Gath is going to be a known counter to the Scion as well. You're kind of able to scale alongside the Scion, and your trades feel really nice as the Cho'Gath having multiple abilities to interrupt the Q channels for the side of the Scion. So pretty solid early rotation for Gluttony. It does leave me wondering what exactly they're going to be able to get with their R5 pick.
I also will mention Cho'Gath was one of these jungle buffed champions. This isn't just directly a Scion counter pick like it can be. I don't think it's the greatest matchup just because, like, yeah, you interrupt like Scion Qs, but if Sion's any good, he can always Q your Q. It's one of those things of like Cho'Gath Q has that like timer, so he can knock you up and get the extra like refund on it. Because if Scion Q does get refunded, it goes to that 2-second cooldown, right? So it can be one of those things that Scion can win this matchup a lot. The real reason why it's good for Cho'Gath is your E does max health damage, and both of you build a lot of health. So That's kind of one of the things. But it is just kind of like a super tank face-off thing. I think it works pretty well. Both these champions are very, very adept at pushing really hard.
Yeah, it's like
And
Godzilla versus
that's a
King Kong, but
Zeri. Wow.
all right. I
Okay.
mean, yeah, the Zeri coming through for Maddie this game, that is pretty exciting. But I'm actually even more excited about the Aphelios for Bongo over here on the other side. He absolutely popped off with the Aphelios a couple of weeks ago in game number 1 against Conduit Asylum. Bongo was 16-1-7 on the Aphelios. And the Thresh, a classic pairing, going to come through alongside it. And some support focus in the second ban phase going to come out for Spire. Gluttony, meanwhile, going to take away some options from Eros. Take away a couple of those
Yeah.
trickier matchups for the Mel.
Yeah, and I was about to say Milio's already gone, so like a lot of the kind of classic enchanters are already taken out here. Hmm. Chase ban, that's interesting.
Yeah, he kind of didn't know what else to ban, I suppose, is what happened there. But it is almost certainly going to be that Scion in the top lane. Be shocking if they did anything. I mean, Scion mid, we've seen before, but Eros
Yeah.
taking the Scion into the Mel seems,
Yeah,
not
that
great.
matchup is absolutely unplayable. As someone on my team, as my teammate who has played Scion mid a lot and we flex it a lot, he absolutely refuses to play it into Mel and has made me play Scion into some absolutely BS matchups because the enemy team is not Mel in.
Interesting anecdote there, Storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that the Scion is going to be safely in the hands of Synthwave.
Yeah.
There's the Janna going to get locked in. Okay, as a more rarely seen enchanter. Very interesting.
Janna is just one of those picks that like the higher elo you get, the more and more emphasis there is on Janna. Janna is, if you're good at Janna, she is so broken, and if you are bad at Janna, she is so terrible, right? She has this huge mastery curve. And it's one of those things of like Janna has inbuilt movement speed in her kit that she gives to herself and her allies, and it's busted if you know how to use it. But if you don't, it is so hard to play her. The Q interrupts. I'm wondering what this champion is. If we could just get a quick message from our producer here, Sirius.
Yeah, I would love to tell you, but oh wait, no, maybe my chat is working.
Talia. Ah, cool.
Right.
Mundo. Okay, so Mundo jungle? Question mark. I think it's also pretty. Scion jungle also isn't the worst thing in the world, but this is definitely very, very good into both of those. Okay.
Yeah.
Lots and lots to talk about with this draft, I think. Do you want to go first with your overall thoughts on which team you like more?
Ooh. Yeah, Spire have the more standard team fighting composition. They have more frontline. They have a pretty decent engage with the Scion as well as the Thresh looking for hooks. They can kind of just walk at you as well with the Scion plus the Mundo. But this Lilia R5 feels like a really powerful answer into that front line, right? For the side of discrepancy. A little bit of a different look for the Gluttony jungler this time around. And it could absolutely be the difference maker. And obviously BKP on this Mel as well. And we've seen him do some crazy stuff with that pick.
Yeah.
Definitely strength for both sides. I don't know. I think with the nameplates on, I think I got to give it to Gluttony. I don't know. What are you thinking? It's tough. This is tough.
I think this one's really tough to call. I think the one thing I will mention is Zeri cannot build Bork. And that item would go like absolutely insane, like nutty this game, right? Like if you were Kog'Maw, just maybe. Anyway, I'll digress. But I think Zeri is really, really good because there's a lot of damage on the enemy team that's like very, very slow. And there's a lot of uptime you can get this game by like skirting the danger edge, right? And that's how you have to play Zeri, is just popping the ult and just keeping that active for as long as possible by just hitting people over and over and over again. That's still a thing, right? That it just lasts as long as you're hitting people. Or did they remove that? Okay.
I can
I
see
think
it.
so as well. Hopefully it is, and I'm not just spewing. Um, but I think there's like if Thresh isn't able to land a hook, I think this is really, really hard for the side of Moonlight to actually get a fight started. I don't see a lot of things for like Talia as well, right? I don't see like a lot of like setup for her to be able to land the shove into something either, right? Like Mel is generally like auto casting that her cast animations aren't all that long. Zeri is very mobile with just the movement speed that she generally has in her kit. Jano is running around super fast. Lily is super fast running around. So I feel like this Talia pick is the one thing I'm really worried about for Spire, and that's why I think I like the XSV team more. Um, I will mention for XSV is that there is a lot of work on Maddie's shoulders because Scion and Mundo are both going to build MR in some capacity because there is so much magic damage coming out from the rest of XSV that if Maddie is not able to play these fights and not able to do damage to these tanks, it's over, right? For them is how I feel. Um, I think Matty has been playing well enough that I think that he should be able to. I think Bongo, this game has a much easier time as a Felios, and the easy execution is why it's like in some ways, I think Spire might be able to take this one to a game 5. I think this one is going to be an absolute like blast of a game. I don't think there's a clear draft winner. I think this one's really close, like 50-50 ish in draft. So
Yeah.
I'm just going with Spire because, or sorry, with Gluttony because I like their champions more. I think Spire definitely has the easier time of playing this game though.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Um, you're worried about some mastery things, like you're worried about the Thresh hitting hooks. Good news for
Yeah.
you there. Seeker does have Thresh as his second most played this season. And also Talia is the second most played actually for Arrows. So both of those guys have a lot of comfortability on a couple of those picks that you were more worried about. We already discussed Bongo's Aphelios is extremely threatening. But yeah, Gluttony definitely have some great tools to work with here as well. I do feel like, taking that game 3 into account, the momentum does feel like it's shifted over towards the side of the Spire, right? They have to contend with this, red side draft from Gluttony now with the Lilia coming out on R5. Definitely really powerful into what the Spire have, but I mean, I think at this point, if the Spire are able to win here in game 4, then I would favor them going into a possible 5th game. So, yeah, this is going to be a crazy one for sure. This is going to be a fun watch. Probably a long game too, with a lot of scaling on both sides. Yeah, if this one goes the distance and the Spire end up winning, then I'm a bit worried that Sirius might have to leave for his chemistry exam. So hopefully that doesn't become an issue, but
Yeah.
I don't know if there's too much else to say about these drafts. We definitely have a show coming your way, guys. So don't miss this next game. This is going to be a fun one for sure. We'll see you on the Rift in just a couple of minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back on to the Winter Rift for game number 4 in this BOL Emerald quarterfinal. You can see BKP doing a little bit of dancing again there, but then punishing Eros for that previous aggression and even hitting him with the revenge all chat. And Eros responds, that's fair.
Yep.
Also going to see a
Okay,
briefcase
so
connecting
it's
onto the
Scion Jungle.
deal. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so Mundo into Cho'Gath is your first levels really, really suck as Cho'Gath, as Mundo. Levels 1 to 3 is terrible for you, and past that point, it starts becoming amazing. Basically,
Right.
as Cho'Gath, the only way you play this lane is you have to be able to land Q onto Mundo early and tank him with the passive damage here. Because Mundo Q, how it works is you get that little thing whenever you get CC'd. In early game, it hurts you a lot. And it has a really long cooldown. That's why Riven and stuff and Aatrox are really good into Mundo, is because you chunk him super hard from his own passive.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that it costs health whenever you use the passive as Mundo.
Yeah. Yeah,
There's an
and
early
it's not
hook gonna
optional.
land for Seeker as well. Avi with the flash away still gets played. Gonna take the extra shot there from Bongo's Aphelios. All right, the bot lane of the Spire picking up right where they left off in that game number 3.
Yeah, that's going to be really good for them if they're able to get this flash early. It just means Avi is now so much more susceptible on the comeback onto any hooks or anything like that.
Both junglers pathing down here as well.
Mm-hmm. And did we have our super secret W start Silent Jungle? If you can just tell me after this full clear how many stacks he has, I'll be able to tell you if he did or not.
Okay. So it's W stacks, right?
Yeah, the Soul Furnace.
Yeah.
Because you can start W as Jungle's Scion, and it is good. But oh my god. Yeah.
Going
That's
extremely low in that mid lane as well. I mean, it's BKP Mel. It just kind of hits different. Although I guess all Mels are pretty scary. Synthwave, nice sidestep to get away from that Rupture. Able to trade back a little bit onto the Cho'Gath. Oh, there's another Solar Snare, and it's just the kill for BKP. 3.5 minutes into the game. Picks up the Solo Bolo.
And he's up a full wave already. Oh god.
It's just gonna be a BKP Mel game, isn't it?
Yeah, I was about to say, is it just going to be one of these games where BKP just goes, yeah, I belong in Emerald for sure.
Okay, we do see Discrepancy looking for the double scuttle and gets it. Smite is there on the crab, which left scuttleless.
Yeah. And that is, again, pretty big because Sion is just one of those champions that you need money because you have to get HP so that you can stack.
131 Soul Furnace stacks.
Okay, he did not start W.
Oh, dear. What was the... I mean, he did have a 1 point W and 2 points Q on the red buff, I remember.
Yeah.
I guess probably
So-
started the Q then.
Yeah, probably started Q. It is a lot easier. I will mention that this is like one of those things you definitely have to like lab it out and do a whole bunch of testing to do it. But basically, you start W and take it like as for like one auto and then use it, and then you can do it again.
Oh,
and
there's
it
the
is
CC. It's the hook onto Avi, who doesn't have flash, but Bongo not immediately following up. He doesn't have great guns for this fight, does the Aphelios?
Yeah.
And so
As the
it is-
CC setup guns basically right now. None of the damage guns. Oh no, arrows DC'd.
Oh no! Oh, that
BKP's
is
gonna let him
very
live.
sad. Yeah, this is good sportsmanship there from BKP.
Yeah.
Respect to BKP for that one.
Yeah.
Realized pretty quickly too when
Yeah.
Eros like wasn't moving after the route ended. Just kind of realized.
Yeah, and was in the middle of the lane. Uh-oh. Did your stream also
Yeah.
just pause?
Yeah, it did. Oh, we're back. I'm back. Are you?
Oh, we're back as well. 5:25, 6, 7, 8,
Um,
9,
yeah,
30,
counting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Okay, we're good.
7, 8. All right, perfect.
We're good. We're good. Yeah.
Nice.
Dragon started up now by Discrepancy and Co. And they're going to be able to get this first neutral for the side of the Gluttons with plenty of time to potentially... Oh, nice shove in the mid lane for Eros. BKP going to hit him with a thumbs up.
Yep. That's a Mountain Dragon going down as first dragon of the game. Probably the worst early dragon you can get because it scales best off of your armor and MR. In early game, you don't really have any. So it gives you like 1 or 2 armor and MR early game.
Oh, another hook from Seeker. The flash in for Bongo. They knew the Jenna didn't have flash, and they were going to get that kill. A nice skate over the wall for Spaghetti. Does get away from the Scion gank. But that is going to be kill number 1 for Bongo. You have to imagine it could be the first of many. Another hook from Seeker. My God, it's a point and click.
Yeah. Maybe it isn't just the BKP win. Maybe it's the Seeker win. Maybe he shows us off on this Thresh. Oh, Discrepancy is here.
On the wraparound, though, has level 6 on the Lilia. Going to be able to easily get the double sleep. The Lantern does go down, and Discrepancy kind of stun locked there for a second. Doesn't get the extra damage from the sleep, and the play is amazing, but not enough to save the AD carry. Now
oh, this is a kill.
BKP gets the root. Oh my goodness, barely had enough mana.
Got a train ran out enough. Yeah.
Both mid laners finding themselves at that station.
Oh, but this is so rough. It's a 30 CS lead mid lane. Oh, avert your eyes. Can you check for me? Does CZI have a second point in Q by any chance?
Let's take a look here. No, he does not. He has all points.
Oh. Okay, good. I was very worried for a second there when I saw him kill that minion wave. Oh, it's because he has a Doran's ring. Never mind.
CZI slander disregarded.
Yep.
Now, Witch gonna get ruptured a little bit. Discrepancy is here.
Yeah.
With Lilia. No ultimate.
Yeah, it doesn't have an ult.
Scion. Witch trying to go for the Decimating Smash to fight back a little bit, but just the tanky boys are so susceptible to the Lily, and CZI just gonna have himself a little snack. The flash away, though. Synthwave trying to run him down. The flash in for the Mundo. Takes down
But
the
BKP's
Cho'Gath.
here.
Discrepancy, though, has that passive fully stacked. BKP able to help out nicely. So even
the
Avi
flash
on the
forward
roam,
from
flashes in
Avi.
for the slow, but Eros was full HP, and so the Talia is going to be all right.
Yeah, I was expecting a Jana tornado after the flash.
Oh,
I'm
nice
not gonna
job.
lie. Probably had already used it.
I suppose so. We do have a roam up now from Seeker.
Oh,
But unfortunately, the Thresh has no assistance right now. This is a solo play. Oh, he's got his Talia. Is maybe. No. Maybe. No. He just baited
oh,
Eros into die, maybe. No,
nope,
Eros is
no
going to be
alt,
okay.
no alt yet
Yeah, no
from
ult from
BKP.
BKP is about
Oh,
seconds
what
away.
enough!
Another hook is going to land, and Synthwave is back from the Death Saber, flashing in. Noah's Discrepancy takes down that pesky Thresh, who was just hitting way too many hooks. And now Witch is on the front lines, eventually is going to get taken down here once again, and was not able to get a grub for his troubles. That is going to be a couple of deaths in quick succession for the Scion. And CZI is about to get his ultimate back for another stack off one of these grubs as well.
Yeah, he
The
does
last
as
one
well.
gonna be left for the Cho'Gath.
Oh,
And
that's
Gluttony,
big.
they're about 2.5K in the early game. Both neutrals going to go their way as well.
Yeah, 2.5K at 9 minutes, guys, is a ridiculous amount of gold, by the way.
Big
Um,
lead, yeah,
I-
big lead.
yeah, it's like a full item almost at this point, it seems like. And it seems like it's mostly concentrated in this mid lane.
Yeah, 1.7 of that lead is
Yeah.
the mid lane.
Yeah. And we
And
can
it does
see it
feel
looks
really
like
bad.
components compared to a full item like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Eros, we saw was having those internet issues. And after Eros had such a great game number 3 as well, internet issues notwithstanding. So very sad, but maybe the rest of the team for the Spire is going to be able to cover for that and get them to this game 5. Bongo certainly has had a decent start in Seeker as well on this Thresh. The KDRs aren't really reflecting it, but they have been putting on a ton of pressure in that bot lane.
Yeah, and now Seeker is just kind of forced to stand here and just play bodyguard and try and look for something on the BKP because Eros is just having a rough time of it. Oh,
Another
but
Solar Slayer is going to land. BKP looking for the Golden Eclipse, and it's interrupted by the Thresh. And BKP is not going to be able to get that trade kill, but Seeker is going to have to take the last hit. That's absolutely fine. Honestly, you earned that one, Seeker.
Yeah.
Some extra gold for the Thresh. I don't mind it. But now, let's see how the dragon fight looks. As Eros did have to reset, despite not actually going down. So neither mid laner present for the start of this fight. It's an honest 3v3. So Dragon
Yeah, but Talia does have her wall. She should be able to join here really soon.
Ooh, and it's another hook. Of course it is. Onto the Lilia this time. And Discrepancy is just almost immediately destroyed. Another shutdown for Seeker. Teleport back into the play, though, for BKP.
Oh, Exhaust is so big on the Spaghetti. He's going to get hit by the shove.
It's a double shove onto the carries. Another hook is going to land. It's a reflected hook, actually. This time the Scion is going down so low. Look at that low health bars on the side of the Spire. And BKP with a teleport in for CZI as well. The solo laners are going to help to clean up this team fight. XSV Gluttony barely coming out on top. They're going to be able to get a couple of bonus kills on the end here. Some Spire members overstaying to look for maybe a miracle steal, but it is, in the end, going to be a massive swing for XSV Gluttony.
Yeah, I think this might be the straw that broke the camel's back, that fight. It's just
It did feel a bit backbreaking, yeah.
Yeah, the lead is growing to an absolutely ginormous proportion. It's growing 4K now. The second dragon is theirs. They got a Ocean Drake, which is going to be so good for them. And BKP is just raining down damage, and he hasn't reset yet. How much gold does he have per chance?
Oh, it's not that much. It's only about 1,900.
Oh, okay. That's fine. He's only going to, like, be able to finish his, like...
It's not a full item, I don't think.
No, but with that, the Amped Tome in his inventory, he's pretty close to closing in on, that, isn't he?
It is like an alternator and a needlessly
Yeah.
rod. So...
No, the burn item, isn't that what he's going for? I feel like that's what he's gonna build.
Leandri's? Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
It's the components of something.
yeah.
For sure. So that was quite the prediction for Seeker. Not going to find it this time. Imagine if that hook landed, though. Imagine if BKP had vision of the Thresh and flashed. I mean, like, I think XSV Gluttony just have to FF at that point, no?
Yeah, you got Mad Life flipped on. It's over. The clips live forever.
Absolutely. Well, oh dear, that Scion is just blast coned on top of Lilia. But he has the ult, so he's never actually going to die here, I don't think. And now Discrepancy is prancing pretty close to the sun. But Witch not going to pull the trigger.
Hey, and we have a different map this game. It is Chemtech map.
Wow.
Because we did see that Mountain Drake did die first spawn.
Yeah. Another hook. It's going to land. No follow-up this time around.
Mm-hmm.
But I was calling that before like the animation even finished. I was like, oh, that's hitting. Another one. Oh, not enough range. Not enough links in the chain for that one. But it wouldn't hit.
Right.
Nice shove again for Arrows. They do get the Mel under the turret, and that is going to force the flash from BKP. Oh, man. Credit to Arrows. It's always so demoralizing when you start losing to the internet. But you could tell he's really staying in this. He's not giving up on this game. You know, he's really found so many amazing shoves already on this pick. But will it be enough? Discrepancy, a little bit pinched in at the moment. But Synthwave doesn't have a way to actually lock down this Lilia. The Azapal Onslaught, though, is going to connect onto the Deer. And Synthwave going to do some business. Pick up his second kill.
Okay, and I will mention Synthwave is almost to the point where he starts getting to play the game versus CZI.
They take down Seeker immediately, and now Witch has to back away from the objective. Rupture not going to land, though. The Scion would have maybe been in trouble without the ultimate. Now CZI may have overstepped. A Synthwave moving in on the Mundo pops the maximum dosage. Spaghetti is popping the ultimate as well. And the Zeri still untouched off on the side here. The Mundo not tanky enough this early on. It's another nice shove onto BKP, but the Mel full HP. And the same cannot be said for the front line of the Spire. So they're going to be forced to back away. Nobody goes down. A root over the wall onto Bongo. Not quite enough damage just yet. The BKP does now have that second burn item completed. Uh-oh.
And the solar snares just keep... Oh, Spaghetti.
Spaghetti. Oh, how did the Zerion end up underneath the turret like that? That was a little bit funny looking.
He eat in over the wall because he thought he could get a kill.
Oh, man. He kind of gave over a freebie there.
Yeah.
And I believe it was Bongo getting the kill credit for that one as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really big kill. I mean, Aphelios is strong, right? He has all of his points in lethality right now, because that's what you get as Aphelios when you level up. For all those knowing, you have to pick. You get lethality, AD, or attack speed, I think is the third option. That's the one you never take until you're forced to. And you basically always take lethality first because it's better early and it scales, and then you take AD. So that's why Collector is good on him, is because he actually builds lethality items other than Collector. So he's actually like utilizing it properly. And now he's just going to build every item that gives a whole bunch of attack damage. So we're going to see Infinity Edge coming through, and then there's going to be another item with the BF sword in it, and then he's just going to 3-shot people.
All right, well, that's very exciting. We'll see if Bungo's going to be able to make that dream a reality. As we do have our third dragon, our first Chemtech dragon, is now alive on the Rift, started up by the Gluttons. Switch and Co moving into the river to try to
CZI is going to get so chunked here.
Shot for the Cho'Gath. A nice monsoon over the Janna.
Oh, Discrepancy.
Flashing in, finds the 4-man sleep. And his arrow still alive off on the side, distracting the rest of the team. They have to deal with Witch now on this Mundo, but they do eventually, or on the Scion rather. There's going to be a kill onto the Talia as well. CZI is going down extremely low, but Synthwave does not have enough in the tank to take down that Cho'Gath by himself. Seeker is going to burn down as well. And the Swirl Seed over the wall is not going to do it, but Bongo has no way out. The prance away from the Moonlight Vigil. The double kill for Discrepancy. Soul point for XSV. And they are looking poised to secure the 3-1 victory.
Yeah. This one's looking like it might be over. This is going to be this mid lane tier 2 not going down here, which is alive. But oh my god, I am almost curious how much damage BKP is going to have done this game. I feel like it's going to be something like absolutely absurd because he not only is he hitting people just all the time, but he also gets to hit Scion and Mundo all the time. Like two of the people that just
With
build
double
HP.
burn.
Yeah, with double burn. Like I'm pretty sure he's going to have done like get to like a 1k damage a minute this game. It's going to be so gross.
Oh, yeah, easily. Do you think it's going to be more or less than what he did on the Ziggs in game 1?
That was game 2, right? On Ziggs, but yeah.
Oh, it was game 2. You're right.
Yeah. He did 40k damage that game.
Yeah, it was like 46, I want to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's a tough one because I don't know if this game's going to go past 30 minutes.
And game 2 was somewhat lengthy, if I recall correctly. 35-ish, maybe?
Yeah,
34,
33, 34 minutes. Yeah.
Something like that.
So yeah, matching the pace and damage for sure of that game 2. I just don't know if he's going to get the time. All right. But new guy, the most important objective in the game has spawned in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Don't know how much that's actually going to matter. Oh, Spaghetti.
CCI burning the teleport there. Oh, that's a dead Zeri, yeah.
Yeah.
Lionel's been committed there as well. Discrepancy in an interesting spot. Gonna find a big sleep here, potentially. Interrupted by the Scion Q. The Meldment does come out, but it doesn't really do that much. So a couple of quick picks for the Spire. 5v3 on the map now with a teleport advantage in top lane as well. It is only BKP and Avi down here. And the flash in for Seeker. Flashes over the source, the flashback, and the hook lands for the Thresh. BKP shut down by the Aphelios. Otacon gonna be taken as well, and the Spire are not done just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker is trying his damnedest to get his team to a game 5. What a Thresh performance this guy is putting on. This is crazy.
It is insane, yeah. He is literally landing every single hook. So many amazing... Okay, well, not that one, but you get the idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, every hook that matters basically is landing, right? Like, and it's landing on the people that it matters against the most.
Man.
And this is the point where, as Mundo, you start winning against Cho'Gath. Like, it doesn't really look like it right now, I know, but, like,
I'm
you
waiting
just
for
sit back, and he gets his Warmog's passive, and then and then Cho'Gath is going to start losing out on this. I really, really freaking hate that we didn't build Hearthsteel. I will say that. I also really hate that Synthwave can't dodge these Qs and is getting his Hearthsteel stopped. That makes it harder to regen and win.
Wow, some nice value from the Herald there. And Discrepancy even going to be able to utilize it as the getaway vehicle. Seeker, not enough damage to destroy Shelly.
Yeah,
so
should have just took it.
Take a couple of towers. Should have what? Sorry?
Should have just took it. Would have done more damage than all. That would have killed it.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah. Then you obviously wouldn't have had Hook to lock down the Lilia afterwards, but...
Yeah,
Oh.
I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, a nice counterpunch for the side of XSV, and they are still on Soul Point, and we did... Oh,
BKP?
BKP, not going to get caught
Just
by that
flayed?
one. The play is there, though. There's Awful Onslaught as well, and it is another dead Mel. Spaghetti trying to punish as the Spark Surge going, flashes the hook this time around, but now can't get away from the shove, but Arrows doesn't get the right direction. It is a two-man
Okay.
sweep. As the Thresh does get
Abby's
taken
almost
down,
dead.
but, Bongo
Okay, what a
annihilating the
tornado.
Lilia as well. So a 2-for-1. Spire on top of that skirmish.
Yeah, and their front line is starting to be the thing for them, right? Spaghetti's just not able to get in there despite even burning his flash and ult and E and all of his movement tools, just isn't able to get that last bit in there and get in. And
Yeah.
here's the worry, right? Is Zeri going to be able to actually put out the DPS to kill these guys? Like, despite having Yuntal and this whatever bolt item is this going to be enough damage? Like, we're 3k gold off of getting our Infinity Edge, right? Almost that 4k, that huge price tag. And the fights matter right now. This is your sole point fight right now. And I don't think Spaghetti's in a position that he can fight it. He doesn't have cleanse. He
I
doesn't
mean,
have ult.
if the fight is looking bad, then Gluttony can
Yeah.
always just give this dragon. Like, they don't actually need the soul right now.
Oh,
But they are
but
taking it
they're
as we speak.
they're gonna fight for this.
It's down to half, which is right there.
Oh,
It's gonna
God,
be
it's
an
a-
honor. They're trying to keep the Scion away from the
Coin
dragon, but they
flip.
are
It's a
not
coin flip.
succeeding. It is an absolute flip, and it is going to be Witch who takes it away. CZI wasn't able to get on top of the objective, and now he gets hooked back in, tries to flash away. The Mundo doing a lot of tanking of the damage on the front line, but Witch is now forced to retreat. The Moonlight Vigil is not going to
Bongo
land for
still hasn't
Bongo.
hit.
A nice play from Seeker for the
Oh.
Rupture. Connects onto the Aphelios, and he's going to go to sleep as well. CZI gonna get another stack, and Synthwave forced to die to the tower. And Witch, now the last to fall, the tornado from Avi will seal his fate. They did get the dragon. They did deny the soul, but the Spire have lost out massively in that fight. 5-0, Gluttony.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's gonna be Baron or anything like that. I don't think they had the time to do so. They reset and they're running for it. I don't know if this is the correct call.
I mean, they have Cho'Gath, right? He's gonna have the ult back. It's
Yeah.
back in, like, I don't know, like 20 seconds, maybe less. Yeah, exactly 20 seconds. And Witch is still in the death chamber for 5. I think
Okay.
it's gone.
I mean, that's big for them. But man, if Bongo's able to get fights where he can actually auto attack people, he's gonna melt them. But just if he's able to, remains the question. Because Mel, BKP is doing so much damage, right? And has all that time. And same with CZI having these ruptures and Avi having the tornadoes. It just seems so hard for Aphelios to actually be able to auto anyone.
Yeah. I mean, you're kind of, and it feels like he was maybe anticipating that being the case with this build, right? Where you're just like all in on the big lethality crits. But,
Yeah.
oh, Eros is going to sacrifice himself for a tower here. Well,
Oh,
I
he
mean,
has
he
ult.
does have ult. Yeah, gonna go for it. The Rupture not gonna land, and Eros is out of there. Nicely played by the Spire mid laner.
Okay, but no, this is just how you build Aphelios. This is the only way he works, I think,
Okay, fair enough.
to be honest with you. You can build like Zeri has, like, and build those items, but it just means like you don't get like the big autos, and you don't have any of the positioning tools that makes it so that you actually have uptime to be able to utilize Runans or anything like that.
All right, well, now Gluttony are closing in. They've got Baron on for about 40 or like a little over 100 seconds right now.
Yeah.
Siegen, the top inner.
Yeah, I mean, they got the towers that really matter, right? They got bot inner, they got top inner. Those are the ones that give those huge, huge chunks of gold over to your team. They're the most gold on the map from anything that you can get. And now we just got to see what. Oh,
nice-
what a shove!
Nice shove on a both the carries again there. BKP and Spaghetti both chunked out. But CZI unmatched in mid. Gonna be able to destroy that mid inhibitor tower. So the base opened up now. On the side of the Spire, they're running out of room to work with here for their season. But they're not out of this game just yet.
Yeah,
3 items for Bongo. The Aphelios
Yep.
can win these fights for you if he's set up for success.
yeah. I really need Witch to just start building just like a Knight's Vow. I think that is the best item he can build at this point. And just put it onto his Aphelios, and just because it gives him that little bit of armor, and it just gives him some more survivability, being able to utilize your own HP bar just to be able to and give him some more time to be able to give it in fights.
Look at the size of this Cho'Gath, man. CZI is on
Yeah.
11 stacks now of the ultimate.
Let's see how big he can get, because there's definitely some choice. Oh, Arrows.
Arrows is in so much trouble right here.
Oh,
Tries
he
to flash
flashed.
away, but he's just gonna. Oh, he flashes the lantern, and Seeker saves the mid laner again. The Thresh coming in so clutch.
Yeah, and that's a bounty as well in the top lane for Mundo. Synthwave is able to take that. That's pretty big for this team. But it's
Technical, another
25.
chance.
Yeah. That's where we're all looking, right?
You have to. Big shields and heals possibility for the Janna. CZI gonna be even more unkillable than he already is. Oh, the
Seeker?
flash hook onto the Cho'Gath. I don't know. And now Spaghetti has popped the ultimate. The Zeri could end up doing a lot of work here. Synthwave immediately going to get shredded. Spaghetti takes him down, at which forced to turn and fight. But it is not a fight that he can win. Discrepancy gets in there to put the last 3 members to sleep. And Spaghetti is gonna get taken down by Bongo. Who
Look at
flashes
Bongo
in on the Aphelios. CZI does get the kill onto Arrows, but Bongo is still hitting as we get a pause at like the worst possible time.
Yeah.
It's only Bongo left.
Yeah. And we see CZI is teleported to bot lane to kill their base.
You mean BKP?
BKP, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, the Mel threatening the base with everybody else already in the death chamber. And honestly, the fact that the game paused like this leads me to believe that perhaps it is all over.
Yeah. I think we give it another minute or two, but I think that is what that means here.
I'm gonna message Maddie and ask him if it's over.
Okay.
But yeah, it's looking. I don't know. I mean, I think that Cho'Gath health bar is just a little bit too big for Bongo to chew through quick enough. Although CCI has already used the ultimate.
Yeah, it is over.
Information. So Gluttony did win then. Producer confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, honestly, that 4th game was also very close. Both games 3 and 4, I thought, were really, really competitive. The Spire definitely had a chance, I think, in this series tonight. Just a little bit of a slow start really cost them, I think.
Yeah. They went, "Are you guys good enough?" And went, "Damn, you're good enough. You guys got hands." That was kind of one of those things where it's like, like you're posturing in a fight and you'd be like, "Oh, can you hit me? Oh, how good are you?" And you get hit in the face and you go, "Oh God, that was someone I should not be disrespecting." And it really was kind of disrespect in some ways, right? Just being like, yeah, you guys obviously can't end the game before our double scaling super giants are going to win this for us. And XSV just showed that their like individual player performances are insane, right? BKP had monster games, Spaghetti had monster games, CZI had some really great games as well, right? Avi had that incredible game as well, like in game 1 on that Leona. So like this whole team's really firing. I had kind of said that at the very beginning of this series that they're my team to beat. Like, I think this team is the clear number 1 in the league. I think they're going to do incredibly well this playoffs on their run. And I'm really excited to see how far they're going to go.
Absolutely. So let's take a quick look at the match results channel here, see the other results that have come in. Looks like... So for the consolation bracket, Imperial Gaming has taken down the Chosen Inters. Conduit Phoenix has taken down Conduit Asylum. Rip Trunks Olmo. Better luck next season, my friend. XSV Justice has taken down Crowd Control In-Houses 3-1. They played the full best of 5. Dorado Iota has 3-1 XSV Envy. So my boy Sutek, who was on Otter Talk earlier, is unfortunately eliminated. They were at least able to get the 1 game, but Dorado proved too tough to overcome for that other XSV team. And I believe that does set up. Let me grab the bracket here so I can see kind of what this next round is going to look like. So still waiting the result of Syndicate Squad 0 versus Iceborne Kingdom. The winner of that will be playing against Dorado in that semifinal. And then we're going to have XSV Gluttony versus the winner of Team Solo Invade versus Monkey's Business, which is also yet to conclude.
Yeah, I thought that one might be a bit of a blowout with how well TSI have like shown up against Monkey Business. I think they've beaten them like 4 games or something, right? That they beat them and then beat them again in the like decider match for who got to pick
The
or
seeding
whatever.
match.
Yeah, the seeding match as well. They also stomped them there. So I thought that series was going to be a really big stomp, but it looks like it might be the closest one of our playoffs here for the top side of our bracket, the
Yeah,
main
could be.
bracket.
But definitely, to redirect the attention back towards the match we saw here, just to close things out. Definitely credit to XSV Gluttony. They had a couple of moments, I think, over the course of this series where it looked like maybe they lost focus like a little bit. But overall, I mean, they're clearly such a well-drilled team that
Yeah.
have a really strong focus around those objectives. I think we definitely saw like the vision control from Avi tonight. The objective setups worked out really nicely for them. And yeah, I'm gonna be wondering. It's gonna keep me up tonight. I'm gonna be sitting there wondering, like, what if the Spire didn't just try full scaling in game number 1? How different would the series have looked? Because I think you said it perfectly before. Where it was like, yeah, I mean, you can. That's a viable strategy against many opponents to go for the full scaling angle and just force them to try to punish you. But if there's any team in the league that was going to be able to punish you and accelerate the pace of the game, it was going to be XSV Gluttony, right? So it was a bold gambit to take. Did not pay off for the Spire. You have any other final thoughts, Storm?
No, I'm excited to see how the rest of this playoffs is going to unfold. I think next week we are going to be flipping over to the other side of the bracket, I think is what we were talking about here.
Yeah.
I believe earlier in the day that looks like it's going to be Dorado Gaming Iota versus whoever wins out of this Sin Squad Zero versus Iceborne Kingdom. That should be a banger of a series. So I'm excited to see the rest of you guys next week.
Yeah, that's going to do it from us tonight. Everybody wish Sirius good luck on his chemistry exam over there in chat. All right, big appreciation to Sirius for being here, even feeling a little bit under the weather. Thank you to our producer for coming through. For myself, from Storm, and everybody at Blue Water, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next week for the Season 14 semifinals. Have a great night.